Geoffrey, we're good to go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the opening session of the inaugural Strong Earth Youth Summit. This is the regional session for the Americas, and I'm Jeff Lippman, President of SunX Malta, which is a legacy program carrying the torch lit half a century ago by Maurice Strong, climate activist and sustainability campaigner. This summit has three goals. First, to keep the memory and the vision of Maurice Strong burning brightly. This session is held not far from where Strong was born in Manitoba, in Canada, and today would have been his 92nd birthday. He died in 1985, just before the Paris Climate Agreement, which he had been so instrumental in helping to create. The second goal is to advance the idea of climate-friendly travel, low carbon, SDG linked, Paris 1.5 aligned. For companies, for communities and citizens. This is our contribution to the future of a planet which is faced with an existential threat. And we want to encourage change for a resilient travel and tourism future. Business as usual is not an option. And the third purpose of the summit is to engage with young people around the world every year from now, to help you fulfill your destiny with hope and with ambition as tomorrow's leaders. Let's start with a welcome video from Gloria Guevara, President and CEO of WTTC, the World Travel and Tourism Council, the leading private organization in the sector. Gloria has just finished her own summit meeting in Cancun in Mexico, which was the first global event after the COVID pandemic. So we're very pleased to have a welcoming note from Gloria.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are in the world. I'm delighted to be able to speak to you today. We're doing this in partnership with SunX Malta and the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association. First of all, I would like to thank my friend Jeffrey Liebman and the SunX organization for helping us to achieve this important goal. We value the partnership and all the efforts towards climate neutral. I want to also thank UNFCCC, and in very particular, my friend Patricia Espinosa, not only for her amazing support to travel and tourism, but also for her contribution and leadership in climate change. WTTC and our members care deeply about climate change and sustainability issues. We hosted our first Global and Travel and Tourism Climate and Environment Action Forum in New York on September 24. Time flies, but WTTC back then launched our Sustainability Action Plan that will lead the travel and tourism sector towards climate neutral by 2050. Yeah, to be climate neutral by 2050. We at WTTC are working with our members and with international business organizations and NGOs to set this framework for decarbonization of the global travel and tourism sector. We committed also in developing ambitious climate strategies, science-based targets, and also in reducing the impact of current activities, products, and services. Bottom line, using resources in a more effective way. We believe in collaboration, and one important milestone is to share best practices, something that perhaps we were not doing enough in the past. And since last year, we have been doing much more to share knowledge, to share best practices, and also to report on the progress made, which is crucial. We also partner with Harvard School of Public Health and Environmental Health to share knowledge and to share experience on climate initiatives and sustainability. When we worked together with SONEX, we produced the first annual climate-friendly travel report last year, which was helping us to report progress to our goals. The climate-friendly registry fulfills also the need to show the commitments and track the performance. Very important, this registry has been built in close cooperation and collaboration with UNFCCC and is linked directly to the UN Climate Action Portal. We need to ensure that travel and tourism is part of the solution, and the global efforts are crucial towards climate change. WTTC, on behalf of travel and tourism private sector, is making an important and tangible contribution. Thank you very much for joining us again. We know that the sustainability agenda has been accelerated due to COVID, but we believe together can tackle COVID and also move faster towards climate change. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you to Gloria. It's an honor for us at SONEX Malta to support WTTC's leadership on the climate agenda and to be a partner in producing the annual State of the Sector report and in launching our climate-friendly travel registry for 2050 ambitions. This is important in building common metrics for travel and tourism in its carbon reduction goals. And it's coherent with the UN Climate Action Framework that leads us to a 1.5 degree future by 2050. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our regional partners, the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association, or TOTA, Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office, and the Institute of Tourism Studies in Malta for their support for this summit. TOTA, who also supported the launch of our climate-friendly travel registry, have played a very active role, particularly in shaping the program for today's events. So I'd like to invite Frank Antoine, former chair of the board for TOTA, and Ellen Walker-Matthews, senior VP and acting president and CEO, to make some introductory remarks. The floor is yours.
Wait, Brussels Quest, Slixtaus, Sawakamulu. Hello everyone. My English name is Frank. My parents are Marie and Willard Antoine. I'm from the Bonaparte First Nations, which is one of the 17 communities that represent the Shuswap Nation. I would like to welcome you here today to the Strong Earth Youth Summit on behalf of the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Region, which is situated on the unceded traditional territories of the Silks, the Katlium, and the Sewekulu, who are 3 of the 4 interior Salish nations of BC. We know now more than ever the importance of protecting Mother Earth so that we can enjoy the natural resources that she continues to offer us. Indigenous values through storytelling, knowledge keepers, and elders have always stressed the critical importance of living in harmony with the land animals, and peoples. We are given a responsibility to learn, nurture, and pass on our teachings from the 3 generations before us and the 3 generations coming. Today we complete the 7 generations, and we must continue to practice sustainability and to ensure that we protect what we have been gifted. Our languages and ethnic backgrounds may identify us as individuals sitting at this fire we are gathered around here today. There is a word in all our languages that references us to be working together physically and mentally. That word for myself is Kanuchantwa. Enjoy, learn, and share all your lifetime experiences with each other. We all have something to offer Mother Earth. Kuchchachim, Mawikshin. I thank you, and I will see you later. Enjoy today's summit.
Thank you, Frank, and the floor is now yours, Ellen.
Thank you, Jeffrey, and thank you, Frank, for your always meaningful comments and inspiring words. And thanks to everyone today for taking the time to join us for this first ever Strong Earth Youth Summit. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. As you're aware, this is taking place in 3 locations around the world and commencing here in the Americas. My name is Ellen Walker-Matthews, and I am the Senior Vice President and Acting President and CEO of the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association. We're located in British Columbia, Canada, and today I'm speaking to you from my community of Summerland on the unceded lands of the Syilx people, where I'm honored to live, work, and play. We are very pleased to be one of 3 partners taking part in this event today, which has been created and is being hosted by Sunex Malta. I would like to recognize all of the work our partners in Malta and the Mekong are doing and congratulate them along with Jeffrey and Ollie on bringing this event together. I would also like to recognize some of the members of our team at TODA, specifically Katie Warbeck, Kavan Vijayakumar, and Lucy Eager for the role they have played in the development and promotion of the Americas session today. We certainly hope you will find the lineup of speakers interesting and engaging. A strong and sustainable Earth and tourism's role in that have been a priority for our organization since the development of our regional strategy, which was launched in 2012. Together with the communities and stakeholders in this region, we recognize the critical role we all play in ensuring the world we enjoy today is protected and enhanced for generations to come. As Frank has noted in his opening, we can all learn from the lessons of the generations that came before us, and we must make preparations for the generations to come. But it is most important that we take action now to ensure a sustainable future for all. In the years since 2012, the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association has worked to achieve biosphere certification through the Responsible Tourism Institute. That happened in 2017 and has occurred each year since. We have also grown that commitment by working with our communities and stakeholders on their own biosphere commitment, as well as working closely with the UNWTO as a member of the International Network of Sustainable Tourism Observatories. There is a song that says, "We are all just visitors here," and those words could not ring more true. It is our privilege, not our right, for us to collectively share the land and the water with the Earth's wildlife and with each other, keeping it safe and healthy for all. As the youth of the world, you are and will be setting the direction. You're vital to the implementation of initiatives to drive climate action and sustainability, and it is critical that we have your voices heard now and in the days, weeks, and months to come. Again, thank you for joining the conference. We hope you will learn and be inspired. The world is in all our hands.
Thanks very much, Ellen, for that. And let me just add my appreciation to yours for the sterling work that Katie and Cavan have done over several weeks, months perhaps, to help put this conference together. Without them, it simply would not have been possible. And finally, in this opening session, I'd like to invite our youth chair, Ariana Stephen, from Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, to say some words of welcome. Ariana is one of the great students on Sunex Malta's climate-friendly travel diploma course, who you will hear scattered through the program, and who I'm really proud of for the way that I've seen them develop during the past 6 months that we've been together every week exploring the intricacies of climate-friendly travel and the sustainability of the tourism sector. Ariana, the floor is yours.
Welcome everyone to the first ever Strong Earth Youth Summit. My name is Ariana Stephen, and I am the chair for this event. I'm also a student of the Climate Friendly Travel Diploma. We are delighted that you chose to join us on our journey as we embark on a decade of advocating for climate-friendly travel. This summit specifically focuses on youth because we recognize the key role youth play in the fight against climate change. The youth of today are the leaders, the policymakers, and the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. It is crucial for them to become involved in decision making and to raise ambitions of governments in their countries to come to an agreement on how they can tackle climate change. Now more than ever, young people are much more connected. As we've seen over the past few years, social media also plays a critical function in raising awareness on varying issues. It keeps us connected. Youth are some of the main users of social media, and we can use this tool to further climate-friendly travel. Youth are also everywhere. When we officially launched the summit, young people from every corner of the globe started to register. This is the summit for the Americas. However, we have a summit taking place in the Asia-Pacific region and another that will take place in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. The fact that we have youth in every part of the world presents us with the opportunity to convey this message to every country. We are also very innovative. Youth can bring so much to the table if given the chance. Particularly now we can see more young people becoming entrepreneurs, starting and joining NGOs, and looking for practical solutions and becoming the present-day problem solvers in their communities. Therefore, we chose to focus on youth for climate-friendly travel because children might be the future, but the youth are the present. We are young global citizens with one goal in mind: to create a better future. Climate change is an existential threat, and the Strong Earth Youth Summit hopes to provide a platform for youth in the travel and tourism industry to share ideas, network, learn, and engage with some of the pioneers in this field who have decades of first-hand experience and knowledge that they can impart with us today and every year from today. We as youth need to harvest this knowledge and utilize it to promote climate-friendly travel. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you very much, Ariana. And that brings our opening session to a close. And I want to round it off with something slightly different. We're going to play you a video. It's not your usual tourism video, but it's a video which to me epitomizes how Maurice Strong from 1972 right through to the present time has evolved a concept and has grown it around the whole world. So I'd like you to watch a short video called Flash Mob. So there you have it. It's not just symbolic of Maurice Strong, I think, that video, starting with one man in a square full of disinterested people and building up over time to a full orchestra, which itself was engaging with all of the people. I think there's a parallel here between what we have been seeing on the international stage, and it started 50 years ago, and there weren't many climate campaigners 50 years ago. And we've had 4 years in the wilderness with the president of the largest country in the world, a vehement climate denier, taking away from international negotiations essential for the future of humanity, the world's most powerful, influential, and polluting country. And the joy, because that was Beethoven's Ode to Joy that they were playing, the joy, I think, comes from this last week and seeing President Biden hosting a leaders summit representing virtually all of the carbon emitters in the world and pledging a much more ambitious agenda and bringing America back into the multilateral climate talks. And this is a reason for joy, and it's a reason why all of those campaigners, like the crowd in that video, should be feeling pretty good this week. Not good because our future is brighter in scientific terms, but good because there's a new resolve to attack the challenge that we know we have to defeat, which is the challenge of the climate crisis. So with that, we're going to turn to our second session. And this is a little bit of a story about Maurice Strong. And we're going to start with actually a vision of Maurice Strong in 1972, right at the beginning of this whole exercise, in an interview with BBC just before the Stockholm Environment Conference, the first Earth Summit.
It has become apparent that today man's own activities have reached the scale where they are the principal determinants of his own future. For example, we are now today effecting more changes in the composition of the atmosphere, in the composition of the waters of the world, and even the composition of certain elements in our food chain. We're making more of these changes in one generation that have been made in millions of years of human evolution. We don't know exactly what will be the ultimate impact of these changes, but we do know that many of them are irreversible and many of them could be decisive in their effects on man's future. This question is not a matter of one man or one group of people's predictions. It's a matter of the fact that an increasing number of very serious-minded scientists have produced evidence from a whole series of events, many of them the well-known pollution or environmental problems that have come to our attention, that the natural world in which man lives and on which he depends is indeed deteriorating, is being destroyed in many instances at a rate that is accelerating and that can only continue to accelerate unless we begin to control the activities that are having this destructive impact. Now, whether we are pessimistic or optimistic depends really on what we think about the nature of man. Whether we really believe that man, in light of this evidence, is going to be wise enough and enlightened enough to subject himself to this kind of discipline and control. We can avoid it, I think, first of all, by doing what we're now doing, and that is discussing it, understanding that the problem does exist, that the possibility does exist, and in the actions which I believe still are open to us if we take those actions in time. I'm persuaded that the future of man is going to be decided very much by the decisions taken in this generation.
Dr. Strong, there is a cynical view that any United Nations conference must be a talking shop at which a lot is said and very little is done. How do you answer that?
Well, I can only say that I understand that cynicism. It was one of the things that I had to consider when I took on this responsibility. But it is true. Rhetoric and very little follow-up. And right from the beginning, however, we have been determined, because the fact that action in this field is absolutely indispensable to man's future, that governments at Stockholm would be given the maximum opportunity to take decisions which will lead to action. Now, equally, however, I believe that the nations of the world themselves are impressed with the evidence that we have amassed that suggests that we must adopt a much more cooperative attitude towards our dealing with this problem, that Stockholm must usher in a new era of international cooperation. And I believe that this will be the dominant motivation. I have to hope that. Governments have had a long time to prepare themselves. They've been deeply involved in the preparations. They have before them a series of concrete proposals, which they have had now in their hands for about 3 months. Certainly ample time to consider them. There is no basis for avoiding these decisions at Stockholm. And I believe with that the governments will go to Stockholm with an overriding sense of the importance of achieving consensus on at least a large percentage of these proposals.
In that final slide, you saw this green arrow stretching from 1972 right through and projecting through the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals, right through to 2050. The target date when we have to get the Earth's temperature under control. And now we're going to hear from Achim Steiner, Under Secretary General of the UN, Administrator of the UN Development Programme, and previously an Executive Director of UNEP in Nairobi. And the remarks we're going to hear were given to about Maurice Strong at a memorial session which was held at the start of the Paris Climate Agreement. It wasn't exactly these remarks, but it was almost the identical remarks. As the leaders were gathered, Achim Steiner gave a eulogy to Maurice Strong. Let's hear the kind of thing that he had to say, please.
Maurice was a friend and mentor to many of us. He was also a true leader and trailblazer for the environment. Indeed, Maurice's work gave birth to a brand new era of international environmental diplomacy and governance at the 1972 Stockholm Conference, which saw the birth of the United Nations Environment Programme. It was the first UN agency to be headquartered in a developing country, and it was Maurice who built up UNEP from the ground with its headquarters in Nairobi on what was then a very simple coffee farm on the outskirts of the capital city of Kenya. Maurice convened the first ever international expert group meeting on climate change, a clear demonstration of how he was way ahead of the curve. He shepherded in a range of vital global environmental governance processes from the original Rio Earth Summit, Agenda 21 and the Rio Declaration to the launch of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity. Crucially, Maurice ensured the full participation of developing countries in these processes that included listening closely to those who were feeling marginalized, as well as indigenous people and those who were the poor in the world. He was also a champion of nature-based solutions. He always saw the human species as part of the greater natural whole. He always identified the incredible capacity of nature to provide answers that even the most sophisticated technology and science still cannot match to this day. It is also very welcome to see that leaders of the travel and tourism industry are getting behind the SunX initiative and are committing to climate-friendly travel, helping us to meet our climate goals. This is a step that I believe Maurice Strong would have welcomed. Maurice will be forever remembered for placing the environment on top of the international agenda at the heart of development, with people and the planet being an integral part of that agenda. His courage, his entrepreneurship, his brilliance will continue to inspire me personally, and I know many generations to come. It is on his legacy that many of us are building today, with the hope that we can address the great challenges of the 21st century with the pioneering work that he was so much part of. To all of you and to all of us, thank you for being part of this continuing effort. At the 2014 UN General Assembly, Maurice Strong called on world leaders to rise to their historic responsibility as custodians of the planet, and I quote, to take decisions that will unite rich and poor, north, south, east and west in a new global partnership to ensure our common future.
I hope that for those people who've joined us for this seminar, you're beginning to get an understanding of the incredible contribution that Maurice Strong made into what has today become the UN 2030 SDG and 2050 Paris 1.5 green and clean roadmap for a better future. And to give you a further insight, I'm going to ask here my friend and co-founder of SunX, Felix Dobbs, also a co-author with Maurice Strong of the book Only One Earth, to give a personal perspective.
Maurice Strong was born in Oak Lake, a small town in rural Manitoba in April 1929, just before the onset of the Great Depression, which was one of the most profounding shaping forces of his life. I always thought that Maurice was a unique individual, someone who cared deeply about the people, and particularly those who were more vulnerable than others. But in his life, he gained such a unique perspective. He had worked as an oil and businessman in Canada, the United States, and Kenya. He helped establish many non-government organizations and sat on the boards of many other NGOs. He'd interned at the UN as a 17-year-old in the PASS office and helped UN security. He came back at 32 as the UN Under-Secretary General for the first UN conference on the environment held in Stockholm in 1972. The outcome document was shepherded by Maurice, was the first UN negotiated text which mentions climate change. Maurice was ahead of his time in so many areas, climate change being one of the most obvious and relevant to today's conference. An outcome from the 1972 conference was the establishment of the United Nations Environment Programme, of which he would become the first executive director. In 1990, he was asked by the Secretary General of the UN to be the head of the Rio Earth Summit, which would happen 20 years after the Stockholm conference. In his career, he would eventually be appointed by different Secretary Generals 7 times to the post of Under-Secretary General. I wanted to focus on one of his greatest achievements, and that was the shepherding of the 1992 Rio Earth Summit. The core text, Agenda 21, a 40-chapter blueprint for how to approach the 21st century. It covered social, economic, and environmental sections, as well as, for the first time, recognizing 9 stakeholders in society. This included industry and non-government organizations, but it also gave a unique space to young people, for indigenous peoples, and for women. The idea of stakeholder has had a huge impact as a concept, whether it's in the international negotiating processes, or it's at the national level, or at the local, or at the community level. The idea of stakeholders can be traced back to Agenda 21 and to Maurice Strong. The second main outcome was meant to be an Earth Charter, but that didn't happen. But still a very important document was negotiated, the Rio Declaration. 27 principles, such as the polluter pays principle, the principle of prior informed consent, the right to development, common but differentiated responsibility, have found their way into international treaties and also into national law. So played a really important role in the last 30 years or 20 years. The third and the fourth outcomes were the two conventions on biological diversity and climate change, both of which have had vital summits this year. The biodiversity will be in October, the climate in November. What many people do not realize is that in addition to those two conventions agreed at Rio, within 2 years, a third convention on desertification was agreed. And with the additional push from Rio, the conservation and management of straddling fish stocks and highly migratory fish stocks was agreed within 3 years of that Rio summit. Finally, the chemicals chapter of Agenda 21 started a process that culminated in the negotiating of 2 additional conventions, one on persistent organic pollutants and the other prior informed consent procedure for hazardous chemicals and pesticides in international trade. 6 new international regulations came out of the Rio conference, a huge impact. Last week's Biden climate summit was very important. Maurice recognized that the economy and business are not separate from the environment. He would have been very happy, not just with the increased national contributions by the United States and other countries, but the emergence of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. 160 firms together responsible for assets in excess of 70 trillion. The market is changing and it's lining up to address climate change and help us deliver the sustainable development goals. And this will have huge impacts as we move forward. Finally, I had the pleasure of working on what would be Maurice's final contribution to a book, Only One Earth, which takes the reader from the 1960s to the Rio +20 summit in 2012. Underlying this book and the work of Maurice and his unique network of stakeholders is the recognition that thinking globally and acting locally isn't enough. We need to think and act at all levels and in all aspects of our lives if we are going to live sustainably on this only one earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felix. And now to round out this session, which sets the background to the Maurice Strong story, I want to play you a short video which explains how SEYS came to be created to help promote this vision that Maurice had been articulating for half a century. And before doing so, I want to semi-apologize. Before doing so, I want to semi-apologize. I thought it was only Donald Trump that liked to see himself on the television all the time, but this is a video which actually features me, so I give that apology before it starts. Can we play the video, please?
Was probably conceived 25 years ago at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. I was just starting off as the president of the World Travel and Tourism Council, which is now the business leaders organization for the travel and tourism sector. I was the first employee, and we were creating a story that said travel and tourism is the biggest industry in the world. We didn't have very much to go by. We had limited statistical material, but we had the 6 biggest companies in the world who said we have to be there on the world stage. And our message at that time was tourism is great. Tourism is good for you. Tourism creates jobs. Tourism deals with poverty and the whole thing. And I had begun to see that there are some downsides as well. And that like any economic activity, there are limitations to how good growth is. So I went to the Rio Earth Summit. I had that capacity. I met the chairman of the Secretary General of the summit, Maurice Strong. Maurice Strong had been the father of sustainable development, and he had been involved for 40 years in building up this from the Club of Rome, right through the Brundtland Commission, to the creation of the United Nations Environment Programme, to this big summit, with the biggest summit that had ever been held, to ask the question, what are we doing about the planet? And I was fortunate. Maurice Strong and I hit it off. It was a 25-year friendship and mentorship. I learned from him. I think I was one of his closest confidants at the end. And SunX is a legacy to Maurice Strong. It's the Strong Universal Network. And we added the X at a certain stage because climate change is existential. And amidst all of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, 2030, 2050 agenda, there's just one existential issue. If we don't fix climate change, your kids, my kids, our grandchildren, they're not going to be here. Or they're going to be here in very trying circumstances. And if you want an example of this, you only have to look at what's happened the last month in the Caribbean, which scientists are telling us is pretty much a result of the warming of the oceans and the volatility that's been introduced into our weather. And in 1 month, whole countries can be wiped out. That's what existential means. So SunX is a system where over the next 10, 15 years, we want to set up a movement amongst young people. We want to set up monitoring stations in every country. We want to join them on the cloud. And we want to pull from this massive information that everybody is looking at on sustainable development, which are the really important ones that popular movements will say, enough is enough. You can't keep doing business in this same fashion. You have to change.
And it's not just the people who've registered for this conference who are going to be the decision makers by the time we get to 2050. It's the small kids, the kids who are just starting in school, which you saw on the last slide, who actually will be in positions to really make the vital moves, which will be necessary in the last 10 years. It's part of the nature of all of us that we leave things too late. And the scientists are telling us now that we are leaving it too late. And even the assessments that were made in Paris in 2015 are shown not to be strong enough, not to understand how severe the interactions of weather patterns, food patterns, migration patterns can become once they start to accelerate under extreme climate change. So now we're going to go to 3 sessions, which are all going to follow a similar format. First, we're going to have a keynote of 7 to 10 minutes. Then a commentary from one of the students on the Senex Malta Climate Friendly Travel Diploma. And finally, and I'm sure you've all been waiting for this, we're going to go into a 15-minute live question and answer session with our speakers in the hot seat. Please remember to put your questions in the question and answer box. Zoom is fantastic, and I hope everybody's getting a good experience from it. But when you have as many people as we do in this conference, it's just not possible to give everybody the opportunity to speak. But if you put your questions in the question and answer box, we'll make sure that the speakers give you an answer. So with that, let's start with the climate crisis with Daniel Scott, Canadian climate scientist and professor at the University of Waterloo. Daniel is a member of the IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change, and he was a lead author on the UNWTO's 2005 study that was the first assessment of the carbon impacts of travel and tourism. Daniel's one of the most knowledgeable people in this field. He's also going to be followed by Walter Fuentes from Guatemala, one of our students. So if we could please have the video of Daniel and Walter, and then we'll move to the question and answer session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Scott. I'm a professor and research chair at the University of Waterloo here in Canada and also the University of Surrey in the UK. It's my sincere pleasure to be with you and an honor to contribute to Maurice Strong's legacy through this event. Jeffrey's asked me to get us started this morning with a discussion of how the climate crisis will reshape tourism over the next 30 years. And in true Jeffrey style, he gave me 7 minutes to cover this colossal topic. So I'll do the best that I can in the time that we've got. As these images I'll show you, climate change is not some future risk for tourism. It's upon us. And you as the next generation of travelers, but more importantly, as tourism leaders, have a massively important role in creating the climate-friendly travel that we all want to see happen. First, I want to put the climate crisis in a bit of context of what we're facing now. While COVID has been absolutely crushing for the tourism sector, the rebound has begun in some parts of the world, and by this time next year, we should all be back together, and so too will the world of travel. And we must resist that feeling of everything that's wrong now is going to stay wrong. It won't. And defeatism is just as paralyzing to progress as climate denial. And so the long transformative journey that's required by climate change demands our sort of collective, determined resolve to work through not just this COVID period, but the long journey to a net zero economy and tourism of the future. You've probably all seen a figure like this that outlines our choices on climate futures. You know, at the red at the top is a +3 or +4 world, a world that we all agree we don't want, but the path that we're still on. We have a light blue path in the middle that if the current Paris Climate Agreement pledges are met, we'd land there. And at the bottom is that darker blue color. That's the +2 world that we've all agreed we want to work towards. So what does that mean for tourism? Well, both of the most important point is that both of these futures, whether it's we achieve +2 or a +3 or higher world, are going to transform tourism in 2 ways. Challenge 1, carbon risk. How do we decarbonize tourism over the next 30 years so it can have a place in that net zero economy of mid-century, the 2050s or so? And challenge 2, climate risk. We're going to have to adapt to the impacts of a changing climate that we're committed to based on past and ongoing emissions. And how do we do that and foster a more sustainable and also a more just tourism economy? And so we'll focus on these two key challenges briefly, starting with the world that we want to see, and what are the implications of this net zero transition that more and more countries, businesses, and the tourism sector have committed themselves to. This figure on the right shows tourism's emissions, which are estimated about 5 or 8% of global totals. It also shows the growth trajectory if we do nothing. And at the bottom of that figure in the blue colors, those are the ambitions that the WTTC and other tourism leaders who have declared a climate emergency, that's where we want to be. So this is the big gap that we have to overcome. The question is, how do we do that? And what's really important to emphasize is there are scalable solutions to make this transition happen. We don't need any new technologies necessarily. We need to improve some of the ones that we have, get their costs down. And we need policy and we need investment to make that happen, so that all of these examples that I've shown you here, that becomes the norm, not the exception. And we also have to do this, importantly, not just to decarbonize our operations and our travel, but to demonstrate to world leaders that tourism can be part of that net zero economy of mid-century. We need a detailed plan of how we're going to do that, because right now tourism is being overlooked by all of the experts and the policymakers that are getting together to make the policy for a +2 compatible energy future. And that's really dangerous for tourism not to be at the table. It won't be easy, it won't be cheap, but we must look at this as an investment in our social license to operate in a carbon constrained world, not purely just as a cost. So now let's briefly consider that world that we don't want. A climate disrupted economy and society is just incompatible with tourism development that we all want to see, and very incompatible with sustainable tourism. Now, today we don't have time to go through the wide range of impacts that are shown here and on other slides, from sea level rise to weather extremes, to economic growth, to security risks. So instead, we're going to look at, well, what do all of these impacts, if they're combined, what do they mean for different parts of the world in terms of tourism? And this map that I'll show you here is a map of the combined climate and carbon risk as best as we can estimate it today, using 27 different indicators, looking at 180 some countries. The first thing that jumps out at you from this map is how uneven the impact or the risk is. And you'll probably see very quickly how unfair the impacts are to some parts of the world that have contributed least to the problem that we're facing. The highest risk exists in the regions where tourism growth is expected to be the strongest. So climate change is going to pose a headwind to tourism development in parts of Southeast Asia, much of Africa, and many parts of Latin America as well. Even more important, when we look at these impacts or these risks through a climate justice lens, we see that many countries that depend on tourism for progress on the SDGs are amongst those most at risk. If you look in the upper right quadrant at many of these countries, many are small island developing states. Others are least developed countries. And we can't lose sight of this as we develop strategies to adapt and decarbonize the tourism sector. We can't lose sight of climate justice as well. So with that high level context, I want to leave you with two key messages. One, there can be no sustainable tourism and no tourism contribution to the SDGs if we fail on climate. It must be a priority for our research, our training, our policy, our investment, and our business planning. And the second point is, a very wise man once reminded us, don't accept that you can't make a difference. What we do as individuals matters. It adds up, as he said. And over the last few years, youth of the world have really found their voice on climate. So I encourage you, continue to be loud, push what is politically possible, closer to what is scientifically necessary. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and now I'll turn it over to Walter. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak about climate crisis. by Walter Chu in Guatemala. We know the importance of understanding the work of many environmental professionals and people dedicating their lives for a better climate-friendly future. We're the people that are taking the vision of a man that in 1970s started to fight for a better climate policy. The main vision from out is strong. Today is so important to share with young people to be a part of Resilience Club, part of climate change. Millions of people are already suffering from the catastrophic effects of extreme disasters exacerbated by climate change, from prolonged through in sub-Saharan Africa to devastating tropical storms sweeping across Southeast Asia, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. During the summer months of the Northern Hemisphere in 2018, communities from the Arctic Circle to Greece, Japan, Pakistan, and the USA experienced devastating heat waves and wildfires that resulted in the death of hundreds of people. While we largely understood climate crisis through the impacts it will have on our natural world, it is this devastation that is causing and will continue to cause the humanity that makes it an urgent human rights issue. It will compound and magnify existing inequalities, and its effect will continue to grow and worsen over time, creating and ruin for current and future generations. However, the current period of warming is occurring more rapidly than any past events. It has become clear that humanity has caused most of the last century warming by releasing these trapping gases, commonly referred as greenhouse gases, to power our modern lives. We drive climate change, and greenhouse gases are at the highest levels they have ever been over the last 800,000 years. This rapid rise is a problem because it's changing our climate at a rate that is too fast for living things to adapt to. Climate crisis involves not only rising temperatures, but also extreme weather events, rising sea levels, and stopping wildlife population and habitats, and a range of other impacts. Deforestation and forest degradation. Conversion of forests for other land uses, including palm and soy plantations, pastures, settlements, road and infrastructures. Forest fires. Each year, fire burns millions of hectares of forest worldwide, where resulting loss has wide-reaching consequences on biodiversity, climate, and the economy. Illegal and unsustainable logging. Illegal logging occurs in all types of forests across all continents, from Brazil to Indonesia, destroying natural and wildlife, taking away communities, livelihoods, and distorting trade. Fuel wood harvesting. Over-harvesting for domestic use, for commercial trade in charcoal, significant damage forest. Mining. The impact of mining on tropical forests is growing due to rising demand and high mineral prices. Mining projects are often accompanied by major infrastructure construction such as roads, railway lines, and power stations, putting further pressure on forest and freshwater ecosystems. International transport pollution, like other emissions resulting from fossil fuel combination, aircraft produce gases, noise, and particles, raising environmental concerns over the global impact and their local air quality effect. Jet airliners contribute to climate change by emitting carbon dioxide. By 2019, aviation emissions were 70% higher than in 2005, and they could grow up by 300% in the future. Bureaucracy and disinterest of government authorities around the planet. Over the years, the consequences of climate change are increasingly notorious, and awareness in people about caring the environment that is very important. However, it's still an issue that requires further study, since there is a large percentage of the population that does not give the necessary importance. Thank you. Please join our Q&A. Enjoy the rest of the SEYS presentation.
Well, thank you, Daniel and Walter. That's a great kickoff to our live sessions. I can see that you're both with us at the moment. And we have a question from Samuel in Hong Kong. And basically, the question is, to what extent do you think the climate crisis is going to have an impact on long-haul air travel? Daniel, if you'd like to have a go at that. And Walter, if you want to chip in afterwards, that's fine too.
Sure, happy to give you my response, and Jeffrey, happy to have you respond as well. It's an important question because that is one of the biggest challenges we have in the tourism sector. Unlike train or ground transport, even marine, those can all be electrified, and with a clean grid, we can decarbonize pretty readily. Air travel is one of those, strong or difficult technical challenges. Positively, in the last 5 years, I would say, and Jeffrey, you can comment as well, I've seen a real shift in sustainable aviation fuels, finally getting the attention that some of us have been sort of at least screaming as loud as we could, needed to be the focus of attention for, well, since, the mid 2005 or so, when we did the report for UNWTO. That never got the attention, and it was being left to the airlines themselves, which I thought was unfair, because destinations require that sustainable fuel to be part of a net zero economy as well. So that's a challenge. Governments, both send tourists, receive tourists, the aviation sector, the entire sector should be contributing to that. And I'm starting to see some real innovation in that place, in that zone, particularly synthetic fuels, which can use carbon capture, and at least you're closing the loop on those fuels. But other ones are coming from different types of biofuels that don't compete with land for food and water and such. So good progress happening there. The challenge still is cost and scalability. I think I think I'm a technical optimist, and I hope we'll see that emerging at the sort of scale we want to see over the course of the 2020s.
Daniel, before Walter comes in, do you think there's a kind of madness about a situation where the richest companies in the world, fossil fuel companies, are receiving subsidies to continue extraction for a commodity which we know will kill everybody on the planet? And at the same time, they're telling the airlines, as I understand it, we can't produce a synthetic aviation fuel other than to do it in a way which is incredibly costly, because, as they argue, it's just a small part of the total fuel mix. I mean, isn't this corporate greed gone mad?
Well, and you also raised the point, Jeffrey, that there's government involved in that, like the fossil fuel subsidies, and or even allowing, as the Trump administration did, new exploration in places that are both environmentally sensitive, when we know we don't need it. There is far more reserves already known than we have a carbon budget for. Like, we do not need to be exploring in the Arctic. So as some would say, well, there's a competition to look in Canada, the US, Russia. None of us need to be there. We don't need that fuel. And so those same fossil fuel subsidies, which are even in my own country of Canada, are in the tens of billions. The new report came out, I think it was about $18 billion. That, just from one country, reallocated towards solving the issue, how do we get aircraft around the world in a sustainable manner, multiplied by all the other countries, should have had it solved by now, I would think, if we had done that 10, 20 years ago. We can say that for a lot of things on the climate file, but if we change that now or in the next coming years, a decade, 15 years from now, we should have those cost-effective, scalable solutions in time that we can be part of the net zero economy for mid-century.
What I always like about conversations with you, Daniel, is you're an optimist. You're
I
always
try.
looking, believing that there is a way forward. Walter, do you have any views on the challenges that that tourism faces, that the world faces, and airlines specifically face from the threat, the impact on long-haul air travel? Walter, can you hear me? Possibly not. Possibly not. Whilst we're waiting for Daniel, and I don't see another question here from the floor, I do urge people to send questions in. Daniel, we did some work together. You referenced it in 1985, 2005. I know you're not old enough to have been doing that kind of work in 1985. 2005, were you and Suzanne Beckham and some of the other leading thinkers in this field did the first major study for UNWTO on the impacts. Looking back on it, do you think that it got enough attention? Do you think that it got enough response in the form of action, or do you feel a little frustrated?
Certainly the latter. This is one of those times where I wish I was the optimist, but unfortunately, no, I think, you know, and some of these things are timing. You know, maybe we were a little bit too early in the game. There still was a real voice for climate deniers at the time. We are in a very different place today, or even 5 years ago. We're in a very different place. As I said, youth have found their voice, but so have business leaders, and many others have come to realize what climate change means to their bottom line, to the countries they work in, the communities, to their employees. And so I think we're in a very different place that if we had the same type of report land today, I think the response would be very different. I would have loved to have seen, you know, a 10-year, or now we're coming up on a 20-year, where have we come from type of report, because the amount of knowledge when we look at the academic literature, but I would argue the professional literature as well, versus what we had to work with back then is about 4 times what it was. And the knowledge needs to make this transition happen, both to adapt to climate change, but to decarbonize. The knowledge needs are massive. So I think the more governments, private sector, NGOs like yourselves can take the leadership role to bring in academics and other experts, we really need that place. And we're working on a paper now that we're sort of calling out some of the tourism journals as well, that they've said, you know, under COVID, you know, you need to show how your work is relevant to the pandemic crisis. I want all the leading tourism journals to have the same stipulation for a climate crisis. Show us how your work is relevant to getting us to solving the climate crisis. Because if we don't, a lot of the other work that's being published really isn't all that relevant anymore.
Yeah, I've compared it to rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's not my original thought, but wherever I got it from, I like the idea of that. There's a terrific frenetic activity going on in all areas of responsible, sustainable tourism. New groups are springing up all the time. New language to describe the same old thing, but in terms which are sexy and marketing and all that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, none of those things will become relevant. I think, I believe, and I would think you might agree with me from your writings, if we don't start now a much more aggressive action in terms of the climate issues.
Absolutely. And I agree with you on sort of the linguistic gymnastics we keep seeing. People invent new terms to say the same thing that Maurice, as your videos show us quite clearly, was saying when I was in high school. Like, I actually grew up 40 kilometers away from his hometown. And so we saw some of that messaging when I was a kid, so to speak. And it's the same concepts that are relevant today. You swap in whatever terminology you want, we're still talking about the same things.
Yeah. What always impressed me about Maurice was he was a very brilliant mind, of course, and he had a wonderful way with words, but he wasn't about talk, he was about action. What we tried to show in those early videos, he constructed institutional frameworks, which I think now are just giving us that chance. It wasn't just the Paris Agreement, but that was quite significant, but it was the processes that were built into Paris. And you might like to reflect on that. The fact that every country has to have an ever-increasing ambition. It has to file its nationally determined contribution. And this is a very important set of, quasi-regulations. They're not regulations yet, but I guess as the crisis gets worse, as we saw with COVID, it has to become regulation.
Yeah, I mean, there's great flexibility in Paris, and that's one of its key strengths, to allow countries to do what is manageable, but then increase its ambitions. And we're seeing that with President Biden's conference earlier this week, countries coming to the fore with increased ambitions. Where I really see it, one of the important movements that I see, to your point on regulatory, is actually going to come in the stock markets. When the CFO of companies start speaking the language, action has to happen. And so we're starting to see, regulatory frameworks within stock markets that are going to require companies that are publicly traded to understand and disclose their carbon and their climate risk. And to do that, they're going to have to assess it. So your biggest hotel chain in the world is going to have to know what sea level rise or whatever else means to it, and what the response is, so that the investors can hold the decision making to account. So that's one of the biggest changes, which right now I think is still guidance, but I think very shortly will become a requirement in the financial sector. And that's when no destination, no company can sort of put their head in the sand and pretend this doesn't matter to them, because it will matter to them in a fiduciary way.
I think there's a kind of combination, Daniel, absolutely right. The financial elements of this and the public disclosure elements in a financial context. And at the same time, you have this great mass of young people, the Greta Thunberg crowd, and they're different. There was always a young people in Rio. It was Seven Suzuki, David Suzuki's daughter, and I remember sitting there and I hear the words still every time I see a picture of her ringing in my ear, where she was lecturing 1,000 people, saying, "I'm only a child, but I see where we're going." And I think today's young people, they're not only very focused on this issue, and all credit to Greta Thunberg for the way that she's helped them forward, but they're determined to do something about this. And I think when companies see their future markets are actually going to move away from them, and they will move away from them, they'll shun them. I think this is a positive sign. Walter, I don't know if you've managed to get back in with us. I don't know if you want to say anything, because I'm about to close out this session. No, I think Walter's frozen, I'm afraid. I'm sorry about that. Walter's one of the most articulate and thoughtful of our students, but we'll move, Daniel. Thank you for being with us. As always, thank you for your contribution. And let's try and stay in touch to see if we can pick up this idea of yours about a sort of redoing that 2005 study. I'm sure you're in touch with a number of the people, as I am. And it's something that if UNWTO would do it again, it would be great. But if they don't, I think we might want to move it with SunX Malta, and perhaps getting WTTC and Gloria to take some role in that.
Absolutely, and we'd love to come back to the table and try to answer the questions that UNWTO has or WTTC and its members, so that we're actually answering the questions and providing the type of information that is most needed out there. So absolutely, and thank you very much for having me today. It's great to see what's going on with this workshop and for Maurice's legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. There is one last question that's emerged from Isaac Aziawo from Ghana. He's from Ghana, and he's saying biofuel production comes with many indigenous trees destruction. Do you still hope it could be a way out? Daniel, you might want to talk about that. Katie Warbeck wants to comment on this.
So absolutely, that I've never been a huge fan of almost every type of biofuel, and the reason for that is it often comes with a big water footprint, and can compete for food. And in a planet where we've got 8 billion people, potentially more, we don't want to compete for that. So by biofuels, what we're typically meaning is fuels that are coming out of the waste stream. It can be from solid waste, it can be from agricultural wastes, forest product waste. So it's coming, it's sort of closing the loop on the cycle, and it can come from a number of feedstocks, but not primarily like new ones that are coming off the land. And then, like I said, synthetic fuels are a completely different thing. That's taking CO2 out of the atmosphere, using renewable energies that have no carbon footprint to create a fuel that the aircraft could use, and it's closing that loop on carbon. So absolutely, in terms of biofuels, many of them are not good to pursue for various reasons. The type that we're looking at, the conversation has shifted to a place it's a very different look on biofuels or synthetic fuels.
Yes, and just to round this off, we have a session later on decarbonisation of aviation. And Paul Steele, who you may know, who used to be the corporate secretary of IATA, but also was the creator, one of the creators of the Air Transport Action Group, which is the airline industry's public face on the environmental issues. And he's going to talk, and he's going to make the point. Fuel's a critically important piece of the game. Propulsion is a critically, but it's really going to take a basket of measures, issues. I mean, IATA's laid all these out. Other elements of technology, different forms of airframes, flying wing designs, straightening out of air routes. There's a whole host of things which, taken together, to go to Samuel's question, over this time period between now and 2050, they give some hope. And perhaps the biggest one, you may have seen it, Daniel, is Airbus announcing that they will produce a new generation of aircraft in 2035, which is in the midpoint pretty much of this period, which will be based, they say they can base it on hydrogen fuel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there'll be that, and some of the work we're doing now too is in the electrification of aviation as well, that isn't going to replace your London to New York transatlantic flights, but there's a real niche. A lot of flights happen within only a couple thousand kilometers, and right now, we're limited to about a 7 to 20 seater, but that's changing rapidly. So we're looking at how does that serve some regional carriers, especially in countries like Canada and the US, where train service isn't what it is in China and Western Europe. So that can those electric aircraft take some of that load off those smaller distance flights, leaving the synthetic fuels for those longer haul flights that only that type of energy density can handle. But I'm sure you'll hear more about that from the expert later this afternoon.
Yeah, well, you're pretty expert in this field, and we will bring this session. I mean, the reality is innovation is always going to play a big role. The flying itself started with two guys on a bicycle, the Wright brothers, and the distance that they flew, not much more than 120 years ago, 110 years ago, could have gone inside the fuselage of a 747. So, we make massive, massive strides. I'm optimistic about the future of flying. Thank you again so much, Daniel. It's always such a pleasure to spend time with you. We were in China together last time, I think, and stay well.
You too. One day soon we'll be back together. Bye, everyone.
Absolutely. We move on to the next session, and the next session shifts us into the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, the Sustainable Development Goals in our thinking at SUNX Malta are a kind of first stepping stone on the way to the 2050 framework, because they have a 2030 time frame, and they're not, of course, just focused on climate. They're focused on the future of everything, on all life on Earth and all life underwater. And so we're going to have a session on this. Our speaker will be Vicky Smith, a long-time campaigner for responsible travel and tourism, and she's an ambassador for the UK Department of Environment. And she's going to give us what I'm calling the speed dating version of the Sustainable Development Goals. She wrote a very comprehensive paper on all of the goals. I've asked her again if she can keep these rights, and we'll have Vicky, and then we'll hear from another of our students, Kerwin Baptiste, from the beautiful Caribbean eco island of Dominica, which was so battered by devastating hurricanes last year. So if we could first of all hear from Vicky Smith.
My name's Vicky. I'm the founder of earthchangers.com, which is a curated collection of positive impact tourism. Today, I'm going to talk about the impact of COVID on the SDGs and what it means for tourism and maybe the opportunity that we have. So pre-pandemic, we were off track for the goals already. We already had a triple crisis of climate, of biodiversity and of equalities going on. The image there, it doesn't get those quite right in the order, but you get the drift. And now with COVID prompted economic recession, that's a real triple bottom line crisis. So the pandemic's massively exposed and woken up the world to the weaknesses in our systems and societies. So I'm going to talk about some of the SDGs, not all of them, because I don't have time. So poverty was expected to continue decreasing, but because of the pandemic, it's gone back up, which is the first time that's happened since 1998. We see countries most at risk who have no social protection for more than 55% of people. So I question how many of them were working in tourism or could work in tourism to help them out of poverty. SDG 2, the pandemic threatens food insecurity, which was already on the rise, but the pandemic's an additional threat. And we see disruptions to supply chains. Now, picture on the right is actually a lodge I work with in South Africa called Group Boss. They've got a foundation that supports food security in their local community. As a result of the pandemic, they have served 300,000 meals and to 13,720 beneficiaries. So, a lodge like that can do that. Imagine if all tourism organisations could support their community in that way. SDG 3, we've got slow health progress previously. That's now been reversed, maybe unsurprisingly, with over 3 million deaths and health services overwhelmed, causing disruption to many years of good work in things like immunisation, under 5s deaths and malaria deaths. And we've got increasing health expenses, and that's then contributing to poverty in the previous slide. So in tourism, we talk about health and safety protocols, we talk about vaccine passports, and so much is about how we protect our customers and our staff, but how can we change our products possibly that can really support some of these community issues? SDG 4, there's been school closures for more than 90% of students. So COVID's added real obstacles for the poor, exacerbating those inequalities in education. Remote learning's out of reach for 500 million students. And it's a shame because schools can also be a safe place away from violence. People can get a warm meal, people can feel secure. Not everyone has that. So, if tourism can be a key support to schools, to facilities and to job training, that's what we could do world over. SDG 5, women have been amongst the hardest hit in the pandemic, but that can also be the key to recovery. There's been increased violence in lockdown, domestic violence, but there's also the vast majority of women fighting coronavirus on the front line. In the health and social workers, the vast majority are women. So tourism is also a key sector for major female employment. How can we turn that to an advantage to support post-pandemic issues? SDG 8, really massive one, economic growth. Obviously, it's been hugely hit in tourism by COVID. We've seen a drop of sort of 50% GDP in tourism, 60 million jobs, less than, fewer 1 billion tourists. We're expected that there'll be 100 to 120 million jobs left. But where we see destinations, losing 80% of GDP because that's what they had from tourism, you've got to question, is GDP a success and is it sustainable? If tourism is only creating dependency but not supporting its communities, really, how can we change that? Many more destinations are looking at how to measure tourism different ways, not GDP. So happiness, living standards and social progress. So we need to look at that and question that. So SDG 9, innovation industry. Aviation's been a massive driver of development worldwide, but here on the map we see the drop in tourism business. It also correlates with often the countries with the highest cases of COVID. So despite us seeing the steepest decline in history, we've also seen obviously an exacerbation of cases if tourism was taking place. So the question is, how do we accelerate tourism for more resilience, not less? SDG 11, we know that spatial distance is required. We've got more than 50% of the world's population now living in cities, 1 billion people in slums and settlements, and COVID hits those most vulnerable first. Now, 90% of COVID cases are in urban areas. So it's not really surprising that consumers, particularly from a product basis, they're looking for more rural, remote and nature-based trips. SDG 13, climate action. Carbon emissions fell by 17% in April last year and 7% overall last year versus the usual 1% a year growth. However, we need a drop of 7.6% every year to limit global warming to 1.5C. And what that also tells us, if we've dropped 7% last year, we didn't drop the other 93%. So if we've cut aviation and dropped 7%, what do we have to do to cut the other 93%? So aviation isn't the bad guy here. 2021, we're expected to see the second biggest annual rise in emissions, literally, fueling recovery back to 2019 levels. And we need to cut emissions by 45% this decade, which is a really, challenging prospect. SDG 15, we've learned that planetary health is people health. Biodiversity is massively declining, wildlife crime is surging, land use changes including deforestation, habitat encroachment are enabling the transmission of emerging infectious viruses like COVID, other zoonotic diseases. We've also seen a collapse in tourism revenues, so there's less support for rangers, less money in conservation and communities, so poaching then increases. So this decade, we've also got a decade on ecosystem restoration. Let's hope that raises some awareness. And then there's the rest of the SDGs, which I haven't had time for. Basically, water's critical for health. Renewable energy is just 17%, also critical for health facilities. We've got massive aid reductions happening. Although the pandemic caused a certain amount of reduced consumption, massive increase in single-use plastic for hygiene reasons. Recovery of ecosystems was potential, but actually now there's massive marine pollution. So it's really not a pretty picture. So SDG 17, really challenging time. Tourism adds to the climate crisis, yet it supports biodiversity and inequalities. We really need to work together to improve everything here. And COVID-19 has just created more, showed up dependencies. Tourism's added to the spread of the virus. And then tourism's been stopped, worsening then the triple bottom line crisis with the recession as well. And it's a real massive challenge to humanity. So these partnerships are needed, and they're more vital than ever. And we need a real year of action for what we call the Great Reset.
Hi, good day, and welcome to the Morris Strong Earth View Summit. I am Cohen Jovan Jean-Baptiste from the nature island of the world, Dominica, which is located in the Caribbean. And I am your student speaker here to present on the topic Sustainable Development Goals and Tourism from the Climate Friendly Travel Diploma. Now, whether through the radio, television, or popular social media, we are all aware that the world we live in has many challenges, and if not curbed today, the fear of the world's end could be a possibility. In 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals, officially known as Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, were adopted to end poverty and hunger, improve health and education, make cities more sustainable, combat climate change, protect the world and oceans from environmental degradation, and foster prosperous, peaceful, justice, and inclusive societies. The tourism industry has shown to have the potential to contribute tremendously, directly or indirectly, to all the goals, with tourism being one of the top GDP earners for our countries, especially the least developed countries of the world. It can reach into all corners of the country and offer great benefits to a country's people at many levels. But the tough question is, how can we meet our sustainable goals when travel contributes tremendously to greenhouse gas emissions? Earlier, I have seen, and we all have seen, how tourism can contribute to the economic, social, and environmental contributors to the world and to the Sustainable Development Goals. Now let us take a deeper look into the goals and see how they can help tourism meet the climate-friendly travel goals. Now, out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, there are 3 goals that speak directly to curbing the unhealthy, let's say, process of travel. Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is quality education. A well-trained and skillful workforce is crucial for tourism to prosper. The sector can provide incentive to invest in education and vocational training and to assist labor mobility through cross-border agreements on qualification, standards, and certification. Sustainable Development Goal number 7, affordable and clean energy. As a sector that requires sustainable energy input, global energy mix, consistently or consequently, by promoting sound and long-term investments in sustainable energy sources, tourism can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, mitigate climate change, and contribute to the innovative and new energy solutions in urban, regional, and remote areas. Sustainable Development Goal number 13, climate action. Tourism contributes to and is affected by climate change. It is therefore in the sector's interest to play a leading role in the global response to climate change by lowering energy consumptions, shifting to renewable energy sources, especially in the transport and accommodation sector. Tourism can help tackle one of the most pressing challenges of our time. In my country, the Ministry of Tourism speaks boldly of this quote: "Tourism is everyone's business." This quote shows that tourism is the heart of most countries and the economic driver for development. With Sustainable Development Goals and tourism working alongside each other, everyone playing their part, transforming our world by 2030 is surely a possibility. Now, thank you. The floor is open for question and answer. Please share your questions in the chat box. Do have yourself an awesome day and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Vicky, how nice to see you. It's surprising. I was not sure you would be able to be with us. Thank you so much for your presentation, and also I can I can see Kerwin there. Good to see you too. And thank you for your presentation. There are no questions so far. Oh, wait a minute. There is one question in the chat. And this is a chat from question from Letsati Lekoa from Lesotho. And he's asking, how can we engage indigenous knowledge and people into tourism, education, and climate change? Vicky, would you like to have a go on that? And Kerwin, afterwards, you live in the center of indigenous life, so you're perfectly positioned to answer. Vicky.
Well, I think it's the same with all responsible tourism, sustainable tourism. You know, we have to put the host communities first. Historically, they haven't been. Historically, outside parties have come in and been relatively exploitative, certainly extractive, taking away from communities what is rightfully communities. So we put them first. We ask them what they want. And they're very much engaged with every decision in the tourism decision-making process to create and develop tourism. We possibly might have knowledge that indigenous communities might not, for example, on a scientific basis about climate change, but they have indigenous knowledge of understanding their natural environments and understanding how it's evolving. If we can bring that amazing historical wisdom into play with the science that we have, then I think we're in nothing but a stronger position to be able to address the impacts of, for example, climate change in local destinations. So, you know, so much of this is about talking, involving people, and absolutely education. And, you know, that's just to highlight, you know, that's not the Western developed world highlighting indigenous, educating indigenous communities. It's a two-way process, absolutely.
Thanks, Vicky. Just on your general point, do you think that the tourism sector historically has ignored the interests of indigenous people?
Largely, yes. I think they have worked with their destinations to the extent that it supports their commercial interests and business, rather than supporting first and foremost the destinations and the communities. That's changing now, though. That's definitely changing. I mean, there's some initiatives out this week. We've seen with Planetera, for example, they're doing something interesting. We've seen it evolving. You know, community-based tourism has really been evolving probably over the last decade. And I mean, Kerwin's going to hopefully tell us more about this in his island home there. Because, you know, tourism just historically decisions were made by outbound tour operators and not from inbound, you know, guardians of destinations. And therefore there's different agendas at play.
And the inbound tourism companies are, of course, bringing the business, and therefore they've had a dominant say, as you put it. Kerwin, you've had, first of all, the terrible experience from the hurricane. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about that, but perhaps you'd also like to weigh in on the role of indigenous communities in the future of travel, of climate-friendly travel.
Well, yes. Firstly, to deal with the question in terms of tourism, education, and the indigenous. With Dominica, I can mostly speak for the Caribbean and Dominica fully. Why do people travel? Most times we travel for something that is unique. And what the indigenous group basically provides for us is something that is different, because with every island, there's, even if, for example, in the Caribbean, we have the Kalinagos throughout, or I would say in some of the islands, but in each island, they do have their own way of living, their own contributing factor. So in Dominica, we have created an entire tourism package that falls with the Kalinago people. There's a community a reserve that's just for them with their regular living styles. And that even comes into the climate change because they have a lot of nature or natural elements that they use for the everyday travel, everyday processes. And these are things that we can use or we can put into our in the modernized world and even try to understand how we can have a perfect balance with what they do in keeping with nature and what we need to do in terms of modernization. When it comes to, you also asked about basically the indigenous with tourism, and I can't speak for around the world, but I will say in the Caribbean we have infused our indigenous people with tourism, and I think that is what makes us a great tourism factor and give us that appeal when it comes to tourism. And Geoffrey did ask about, being in the Caribbean, being in the line of so many natural disasters, including every year we are threatened by the idea of having a hurricane, having storms, things simple as even rainfall. Sometimes it's really battering for us. It's very frightening for us. Up to after the Hurricane Maria, I mean, we all heard of hurricanes. We've all seen these things happening over the world. But having gone under that type of hurricane, waking up the next day, I'm not sure if there would be a tomorrow. Not sure what exactly you're going to do. Having to come to the city and I'm standing there and I'm like, what am I going to do tomorrow? Am I going to have food to eat? Am I going to have water? Will we ever be able to bounce back? And, this has opened our eyes a lot to basically trying to practice more environmental friendly measures with our everyday steps, everyday work, everyday doing. So that's what I can say about.
Have you found personally, Kerwin, that the hurricanes are getting worse in your own lifetime?
Yes.
I'm not talking about in scientific measures, but just, your personal sense of how each hurricane season is coming. Is it, you certainly had the terrible hurricane a couple of years ago that pretty much wiped out a lot of your development over 20, 30 years.
Yes, I would say, well, I'm just 30, and within my time, I have seen a few hurricanes, and I would say more and more the hurricane move from just having rain, because there are times in hurricanes we actually had fun when I was younger. We went out in the rain during the eye. We went out, it was dangerous, but it wasn't as dangerous as what we're seeing here today. Today, when it starts to rain, the wind starts to get stronger, you have to stay indoors. You can't go out. You have to be protected. You have to protect your home and so on. So yes, during the times it has been getting stronger and stronger, I would say that.
Vicky, I have a question for you. You identified SDG 13, climate issue, as one of the major issues. If I said the climate issue is the only existential issue, how would you see the development of the other SDGs in relation to the one identified by science existential issue? Should it get special consideration in each of the other SDGs?
Possibly. I mean, if you said to me, we've got 17 SDGs, which in theory each hold a non-hierarchical place, if you like. If you said to me which are the most important, and I kind of change my opinion about this occasionally. Historically, I would have said climate change because it absolutely sits over everything, and poverty because it sits under everything. And more recently, I've possibly evolved my thinking on poverty to actually call that the inequalities one, because poverty is inequality. Gender is inequality, education is inequality. So is inequality equally an existential issue? We've created inequality by our decisions in the world. We've also created climate change. We can do something about all of these things. We have the science, we have the technology. We've just got to have the will and the policy. And if we address inequalities and climate change, which, I mean, climate change creates even, exacerbates inequalities.
Mm-hmm.
If we address those two things, we fix the world. We fix the others, basically.
What do you think about the Biden agenda?
I think great. He's leveling up, putting money into addressing green growth whilst contributing and creating jobs. What's not to like about that?
Inequality and addressing inequality.
And addressing inequality. Yeah, I mean, I probably don't know as much about it in depth as you do. Having not.
That's probably true.
No. But that's what a huge move from the previous situation, completely reversed. And I really, really hope that we see the positive response in the economy for them, because anyone who's maybe a naysayer about it can be proven wrong economically.
Kerwin, you have the last comment. You're sitting in the Caribbean, you're heavily influenced by the United States. We've seen this, as Vicky puts it, complete reversal on policy. Is there a sense of enthusiasm about the direction that's emerging from the new government in the US?
Well, at this point, I haven't seen any direct influence or any direct approach, because even while the previous leadership, we did go ahead and already started our foundation in trying to be the world's first climate resilient nation. So with this new leadership, I am certain that it will basically provide more positive influence in our government's decisions.
Okay, I'm afraid I've got to bring this question. Oh, wait a minute. I'm being told by Katie that there's several new questions. Letsaki is very noisy here. The results or signs of climate change is basically seen on water sources, wetlands, where they're drying up and they pose tourism disaster. How can we deal with water, Vicky?
That's a big question.
Simple question for you.
Yeah. Well, global warming. We reduce global warming. Water is maybe evaporating and then it's raining down on Dominica. So all of the SDGs are so interlinked, and we've got to start seriously tackling them. I mean, my presentation, it's all a bit negative, wasn't it, really? We weren't meeting the targets of the SDGs before COVID, and COVID's come along and has just worsened everything, really, pretty much. Thank goodness the US has turned around at this point in time, because there's maybe a hope, particularly with them working with China. So, I think, harping back to Maurice Strong and your video you were playing earlier, we have to face the truth. And for too long, people have been avoiding looking at the reality and the facts and the figures and sticking their heads in the sand. And I think actually COVID provides us that opportunity, because it's highlighted so much of how, we have got a biodiversity crisis, we have got an inequalities crisis, we have got a recession now, we have got a health crisis. We can't avoid it anymore. So if COVID has helped us at all, it's helped us face full on, we've got some really big problems with the world, including water. And, talking to friends in South Africa, for example, who had water shortage, was that last year, year before? Gosh, the impacts of that on daily lives is just enormous. and too much of the world is able to avoid addressing it because it doesn't affect them, and therefore they don't think about it. Just coming back to what I was saying with COVID, when these things start affecting us personally is when we realize there's a problem here, we need to do something about it. And the Caribbean and lesser developed countries, Latin America, Asia, Africa, you know, they've been battered by climate change for years. And possibly, you know, I'm in the UK, we have more extreme weather, but we have nothing like the extremities that are experienced elsewhere. So we've been able to avoid saying, yes, this is an issue. And now with COVID, under various of the SDGs, we can't avoid this anymore.
Yeah, and it is the extremities. It's not the fact that the climate change is intensifying over time. It is that, but it's the fact that it affects weather patterns now.
Yeah.
And tourism has been dependent on predictable weather patterns. That's the essence of tourism. Tourist flows are managed by going to where the sun is, or the snow is.
And we assume when we go to these destinations, we can eat what we want to eat. You know, I'm a trustee of a charity in Madagascar, in the southeast of Madagascar, who have been utterly decimated with climate, you know, hurricanes, etc. They also are seriously facing food shortage. Now that's a seasonal thing anyway with drought, but that's because of global warming. That's worse this year. The food distribution systems have really kind of messed up because so many resources have been diverted to health systems. So suddenly, you know, locals can't eat. And if locals can't eat, why should tourists, you know, do we expect as tourists to be able to go to these places and eat? You know, so yeah, not easy and not simple. And what can I say? We have to tackle all of these things step by step, and everything will improve over time if we do that.
Yeah, and there has to be money which flows to those poor countries. It's part of our responsibility, and it's been built into the international system, but most countries haven't truly lived up to their obligations, and that's part of the challenge. I want to thank you both for being with us today, and we have to move on, but thanks again. Always, Vicky, it's a pleasure to listen to you and to exchange views with you, and thanks again for doing this.
Thank you, and thank you, Kerwin, for being such a lovely, calming voice after my very quick presentation.
Have you been in Dominica? It's a most beautiful country. It's called the Nature Island, I think, Kerwin.
Yes.
I was there longer than I even dare to admit, and I was struck by how beautiful it is from a nature viewpoint.
It is the best.
Okay, thanks very much for that. We'll move on now, and the next session is actually being conducted by two people who, without whom we couldn't have had this conference at all. Two of my colleagues and friends, Ollie Wheatcroft, our program manager at SunX Malta, who's been working with me on these issues for the past 5 years, is going to talk about climate-friendly travel, and he's going to be followed by Patricia Parajuli. And Patricia has been the person who in the last month has become the coordinator of this conference. Without Patricia, we simply couldn't have done it. And so I want to thank you both, even whilst I'm asking for the two presentations to be shown now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ollie Wheatcroft. I'm the Programme Manager at SunX Malta. I've been working alongside Jeffrey Lippman for the last 5 years to help to develop a climate-friendly travel framework, which was inspired by Maurice Strong, the first person to put climate change on the global agenda. This slide is all about how we are trying to help to support and engage companies and communities. And the green arrow on the diagram represents the 50-year transformation journey starting in 1972 with the UN Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment, which was the first Earth Summit. It then goes through the key milestone events in the evolution of sustainable development and climate change strategy, from the 1987 Brundtland Commission to the Rio Earth Summit and subsequent Agenda 21. Key milestone events then include the Millennium Development Goals, which subsequently was transitioned into being the Sustainable Development Goals as we now know them. And then, most importantly, in terms of the context of climate-friendly travel, the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement. Maurice Strong was the first person to put climate change on the global agenda and to recognise the existential nature of climate change. And the graph on the right is our critical focal point. The area in red near the bottom of the curve is where we are now, and our mission is to bend our trend to transition into the blue section onto a more sustainable pathway. Climate-friendly travel has three main components. It's low carbon, contributing to the sector transformation of travel and tourism. It's SDG linked, focusing on goal 13, as well as all relevant sustainable development goal interlinkages. And finally, focuses on the Paris Climate Agreement with what is now clearly a 1.5 degree target. Our climate-friendly travel framework has two main components, action and education. Within the work on action, we're spearheading through our climate-friendly travel registry for 2050 climate neutral and sustainability ambitions. This is a place where companies and communities can commit, plan and record their action programs and receive support to achieve their climate and sustainability goals. We've developed a series of support hubs focusing on innovation and best practice, strategy in the form of reports from the public and private sector, and learning through multimedia resources on climate-friendly travel. And finally, marketing through SDG 17 partner organisations, providing outreach and online visibility. Education starts in the schools with a lesson plan for teachers based around 65 cartoons featuring a friendly dodo that returns from extinction to support climate-friendly travel. Our climate-friendly travel diploma, which was launched in October of last year, 2020, and currently has 45 students from over 30 countries learning about the fundamentals of climate-friendly travel, taught by some of the leading experts across the world on climate change and tourism. Our annual Maurice Strong Youth Summit and Awards, which we are proud to launch this year and hope to grow year on year as a key annual event. And finally, our plan for our kids to train 100,000 strong climate champions across all UN states by 2030. Our outreach is led through our State of the Sector annual report with the World Travel and Tourism Council. It focuses on the development of climate-friendly travel to support the transformation of companies and communities to meet their Paris 1.5 degree commitment. We work through SDG 17 partnership agreements with like-minded organisations to strengthen our capacity. For example, with WTTC within the travel and tourism sector and the Earth Council covering the sustainable development sector. All of this reflects the vision of the inspiration for SumNext, Maurice Strong. We're committed to making the next 10 years the decade of climate-friendly travel. Over this period, we've set the following targets: to support 100,000 climate champions across all UN states, 10,000 companies to be supported to develop robust climate plans on the registry, 500 communities who are committed to climate-friendly travel with registered climate action plans, 1,000 climate-friendly travel diploma graduates, and 5,000 trainers working through 200 nationally sponsored climate champions programs. This is what we've called a plan for our kids, a support system for travel and tourism to meet its commitment under the Paris Climate Agreement through climate-friendly travel. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Pratishtha. I'm from Nepal, currently in Canada. I'm a graduate of Climate-Friendly Travel Diploma with SUNX Malta. Before I start with the topic, I'd like to acknowledge the vision of late Maurice Strong, sustainability and climate activist for half a century, under which the SEYS conference is launched. I'd also like to acknowledge the contribution of Professor Jeffrey Lippman for Climate-Friendly Travel Mission. My topic for today, which aims to create 100,000 climate champions worldwide by 2030 to help assess travel and tourism, find green and clean pathways to future. Now I'll share some insight on climate-friendly travel, what it means, raising some thought-provoking questions, and we'll try to instill climate hope. We all know and have experienced in some form or the other the impacts of climate change, global warming, loss of biodiversity, sea level rise, acidification of oceans, extreme weather events such as storms, hurricanes, bushfires, landslides, thinning of snow and mountains, increase of climate refugees, and the list goes on. Sadly, the most vulnerable are the ones most affected. Despite this, have you contemplated climate crisis as an existential threat? Are we informed? Tourism industry contributes to approximately 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Owing to climate change, questions have been raised over the viability and sustainability of tourism in some destinations, which are already under threat, and the competitiveness of other destinations. As an industry and as travelers, we can have significant positive as well as negative impact on the environment and the communities we visit. But the question is, how do we go about creating a positive environment? This is what climate-friendly travel informs, the roadmap to a green and clean economy. Green signifies the 2030 17 Sustainable Development Goals, as defined by the United Nations, whilst clean focuses on the Paris 1.5-degree climate trajectory by 2050. In order to achieve these targets, let's pause, think, and act mindfully, be it in our daily lives or whilst traveling. Addressing climate change from a grassroots level requires dramatic behavioral and structural shifts and thoughtful actions by every tourism stakeholders, including travelers. Climate-friendly travel raises awareness and educates people on the industry's negative contribution to climate and the environment. Solutions are explored with industry experts from diverse fields focusing on climate change, climate finance, carbon emissions and offsets, sustainable development goals, biodiversity and conservation, aviation and transport, technological innovations, nature-based solutions to climate crisis, among several others. Climate-friendly travel emphasizes every destination have their own sustainable development goals and the targets to be met by 2030. This was reinforced by the diversity of course participants from over 30 different countries. When the industry is focused on building back better post-COVID-19, I believe this is an opportunity for the nations, industry, businesses, communities, and individuals to design tourism that are greener, cleaner, healthier, and resilient, keeping nature and communities at the core of business. This would enable the industry to be low carbon, SDG linked, and be aligned with the Paris 1.5-degree climate trajectory, the vision behind climate-friendly travel. In my opinion, acknowledging climate crisis is real is the very first step towards climate hope. Climate crisis is happening now. It is not the talk of the future anymore. By taking collective actions, we can anticipate for a better climate, a happier planet, and communities sustainable and more resilient travel and tourism futures. Yes, your voice matters. Thank you. The floor is now open to question and answers.
Thanks, Ollie, and thanks, Patricia. I'm going to start, there isn't a question in here, but I'm going to start by asking Ollie if he'd like to talk a little bit more about this idea of 10,000 climate champions. This is a youth summit, and the focus is on what the youth can do to make a contribution to the essential change. Tell us a little bit about SunX's vision of the climate champions. What will they do?
Thanks, Jeffrey. Our vision with the Climate Champions program is to create a movement of thought leaders, change makers, who will be the ones who help to inspire action within the industry. Our climate-friendly travel diploma is really the source of the training and the outreach which we're doing through these country programs. It's very much about helping to enforce change within companies, within communities, which collectively help the industry to transition to achieving its commitment towards the goal 13 of the SDGs, but also this huge target that we have as part of the global industry to achieve a 1.5 degree limit to global warming. We're doing this through, as I said, our climate friendly travel diploma, which is where we are training students within the fundamentals of climate change and tourism. But we're also then going out with support from companies, communities around the world to create country programs. And each of those country programs would be supporting 50 climate champions at a time. And those climate champions will then be going out to encourage companies, communities within their destination, primarily to show their commitment and to map their climate action plans through our climate friendly travel registry, but also to be helping others to understand the importance of taking action within the industry on climate change, and how that can be put into practice at a company level, a community level, but also by individuals.
Do you think, I'm going to ask Patricia this question maybe, do you think that companies and communities are beginning to get it? And if they do get it, how would you, as a future strong climate champion, how would you focus on helping them to get it in a way that makes a contribution to the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement?
I think, in my opinion, we've got to first, develop the communities, right? Like how we are doing, like we've been trained now as a diploma students. So then we go out and approach to our own communities and people, and then start forming from there, maybe.
Is it easier in a country like Nepal or harder?
It's difficult because there's not a lot of awareness on climate, and we don't really talk much about climate change and the effects. So it's really like we've got to first create awareness about how climate has changed and what it's being done in a bad way, in the sense like the negative impact of climate on the environment. And those things, once we educate people, definitely, we've got to show the actual reality of what's happening around in the country. Then they would definitely understand.
Angela's asked a question which either of you can answer. How can we mainstream climate-friendly travel as the way to go in travel and tourism?
Let me have a go at that one first, and then Patricia, you're welcome to
correct you.
Yeah, thank you.
Not really.
I think that ultimately this is driven by a combination of consumer demand and but also government regulation, and at the end of the day, it's normally economics which puts this into practice. And I think that if you look at the way in which things are changing, the move from in the terms of corporate social responsibility, we're moving from a situation now where companies will be required to produce their environmental accounts in the same way that they are currently producing their financial accounts. And I think that's going to be the massive change, which puts the onus to take responsibility for your impact on the environment from something which is now not necessarily mandatory. It's something which companies are doing because of the fact that they feel that it's something which is beginning to be more and more important, to something which will be a definitive requirement. And it's all tied into the nationally determined contributions and how that trickles down at a regulatory level into the requirements of companies, communities, and eventually individuals as well.
And at an ever intensifying pace. I think one of the key things about the NDCs, you might agree with this, Patricia, is that they start off relatively modest, but they intensify over time. And we've seen, China recently shifting quite significantly its position to become carbon neutral by 2060. It's not yet 2050, but it's getting there. And it has such a massive influence. I mean, is that an important part of the process?
Yeah, definitely. I think the main thing from my perspective, like also what Ollie's already mentioned, it's all about from the policy perspective. It has to come from the industry, that it has to be in the framework, the policy framework, to keep climate-friendly travel as a main focus as well.
Do you think it has to go further? It has to be in the law, and there have to be penalties for bad behavior and incentives for good behavior, tax reductions and those kind of things.
Yeah, I think incentives would always encourage people. Penalty depends, depending on country situation, I think. Yeah, different people have different things.
Now, Vicky Smith has got off the hot seat and she sent you a question, Pratishta.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you ever think there's a notion from less developed countries and communities thinking, why should we mitigate these problems? We didn't cause them. It was the developed countries that caused them and impacted us.
Yes and a no. Firstly, like, yes, in some situations, like when people are a little educated and they know of the changes, like the impact and all, yes, where people do think. But the main thing is, I think we still have to bring about awareness on climate change and its impact first. That I would say, put that awareness as and education as the most important goal.
Okay. And then there's a question that came from Elsario Pereira de Silva, asking the question, do you think tourism is an industry? You're grinning, Patricia, and Ollie's grimacing. What do you think?
I'm trying to sort of ascertain how that question's meant to come across. I mean, is the question that tourism is more than just an industry? I would argue that yes. I mean, it's one of the world's largest industries, and as a result, it has a huge impact and responsibility. And it's very much cuts across sectors, as you well know, Jeffrey, from the creation of the definition of travelism, which incorporates not only the direct supply chain but all the other cross correlations that tourism has. So my answer would be it is actually more than just an industry, and as a result it also, in a climate change context, has a huge responsibility, but also a huge opportunity to act as a force for good.
Okay. Patricia, are you ducking on that one, or are you ready to go?
Oh, always covered that. Thank you.
I think,
I would appreciate your views instead. What do you think?
I was actually going to give you my views. I think it's much more than an industry. It's a sector. A community has a direct involvement in tourism, and many argue, some have argued here today, a greater responsibility. We saw it when Donald Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement. It was the cities and the states in the United States which actually kept the focus on lowering carbon. It's cross-cutting, as Ollie said, so it affects other industries. It's a driver of other sectors of the economy. And there's hybrid components, which, some pieces fit better in other parts of the economy, in the national accounting system, but they're actually improved or worsened by the impact of tourism. So it's not just the industry's impact, it's the government's impact, it's the legal impact, it's the national economic impact. So the answer is yes, it's more than an industry. It's a sector of the socio-economic fabric of society. That's how I describe it. It's not just economic, it's not just social, and it is very much environmental.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
My pleasure. It's always good to work for you, Pratista.
Thank you.
I don't think I have any more questions, and we're reaching that kind of a time. So thank you, both of you, again, for that contribution. Thank you to people who are beginning to wake up and ask questions. And now we're going to move to, if you like, another leg of this 2030 ambition that SunX has laid down. And we're going to have a discussion on the registry. And I think Hans Frederick, who is the registrar, who had a very distinguished career, first with IUCN as a senior director, and then as the Director General of a small intergovernmental organization in Beijing, INBA, which is dealing with bamboo and rattan. And he's going to be followed by Ngoni Shereni, who is one of our students from Zimbabwe. So first, we're going to listen to Hans's presentation.
Hello, I'm Hans Friedrich, and I'm the registrar of the Climate Friendly Travel Registry. And I'd like to spend a few minutes to explain to you what this registry is all about and how it works. As you know, the United Nations Climate Convention is looking at the carbon reduction ambitions of everybody in the world. And they've created what is called the Climate Action Portal to register these ambitions. Governments have signed up to this. Governments are creating what is called the National Determined Contributions. So they are putting their carbon reduction plans on that registry. And within the government's ambitions, of course, are the ambitions of local authorities, as well as cities and of business. So industry, including the tourism industry, has to comply as well. Now, what we're saying is start making your plans now. Start thinking about your current carbon emissions? So what is your, as we say, what is your carbon footprint now? What will it be in 2050? And how will you get to that? How will you reach that zero carbon emission goal by 2050? And to do so, making a plan to do so is not just a charitable decision, it's actually quite a financial, sensible thing to do, because reducing your carbon reduction, reducing your CO2 emissions, mostly means reducing your energy consumption. And reducing energy means reducing costs. So actually making a plan makes sense from a financial perspective. We're asking you to make those plans within the context of the other Sustainable Development Goals, because they're all interlinked. You know, the 17 goals have all interlinkages. So what you do for carbon may have an impact on some of the other SDGs and vice versa. And when you have this plan, register it, record it. And we've created the Climate Friendly Travel Registry to do just that. The Climate Friendly Travel Registry is the only link for the travel and tourism community into the United Nations Action Portal at the moment. Let me read to you a message that we recently received from the United Nations, which says, I congratulate the WTTC on the Climate Friendly Travel Registry launched jointly with SUNEX Malta, with us, and I welcome the opportunities this offers to travel and tourism organizations to develop, register and promote their climate strategies, plans and achievements in support of the goals of the Paris Agreement. I look forward to seeing all travel and tourism organizations participating in this climate-friendly travel registry, as well as redoubling their efforts to ensure a climate-neutral and resilient world by 2050 at the latest. Now that statement is by Patricia Espinosa, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Convention, and she's basically saying, register your plans because this is the link with the United Nations. The other reason why we say you should start registering is your customers, your clients are looking for action. They are concerned, of course, about the health issues at the moment related to the COVID epidemic, but people are starting to ask questions about the environmental impact of your operations. What are you thinking about climate action? What are you doing to reduce your carbon? So by registering a plan, you may get new customers. As I mentioned, the governments have made their commitments. The governments are getting more and more serious about this, and governments are therefore going to have legislation. They're having regulations that will basically make it obligatory to have your own climate action plans. So by registering a plan now on the CFT registry, you're ahead of the curve. You're preparing yourself for a not too distant time in the future when you have to do this legally. What we're asking though is not just a pledge. You know, we're not just asking you to say, we agree that climate change is an important issue and we will try and get to zero by 2050. We need figures. The United Nations wants facts, it wants real data, so they can monitor, because you can only monitor what you're measuring. And therefore, we want that as well. We want you to actually put on this registry facts and figures. Now that sounds complicated, but actually it's not that difficult. Let me explain. It's basically a website, you know, climatefriendly.travel. And when you get onto it, the first part is really the pledge that I talked about earlier. It is a statement that says, yes, I agree with climate-friendly travel, low carbon, SDG linked, following the 1.5 Paris Agreement. We want your name, your company details, an email contact so we can be in touch with you, and a signature. And that basically is the statement. You then have to pay a small administration fee that allows us to maintain the website, work on communications issues and get more information onto the website. And you then get into part B, which is really where the information is needed. Because as I said, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. The first questions relate to these Sustainable Development Goals. We're trying to actually say, look, what is important for you as a company? I can imagine that a hotel on a beach might say, you know, SDG 14, life in the sea, is critical for us. Yet a hotel in a city might say, well, that's not really important. A lodge in a forest might say SDG 15, life on land is important for us. But again, a restaurant somewhere else on a beach may say, no, that's not actually important for us. So each enterprise, each company will have different sustainable development goals that are particularly relevant, particularly important. We're then asking you real carbon data. Starting with your current footprint, what are your emissions today? When do you think your emissions will peak? What do you think your emissions will be in 2030, in 2040, and 2050? And how do you get there? So this is the real information that is needed, and it's not easy, but it can be done. And we will help you with this because on the web are a number of hubs, as we call it, with information. You know, there's an innovation hub with case studies, with innovative new information. There's a learning hub with guidelines and guidance. We have a strategy hub which tells you more about strategic interventions. So basically it provides you with documents, with guidance, with contacts, with links for you to make your plans. We also have on the registry a few windows where you can list anything that you want to show, any innovation that you're particularly proud of, or any particular plan you would like to share with the rest of the world, so that this is a living system, as it were. And every year we hope to upgrade, we hope to update, we hope to review, and of course slowly getting down to that carbon zero target of 2050. I hope it's given you enough information. We already have some registered parties. We're getting many more this year, but let's leave it at that and ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
How are you, everyone? I welcome you all to the SEYS Summit. My name is Mbonishire. I am from Zimbabwe. I am studying for the Climate Friendly Travel Diploma offered at SunX Malta. So today, I'll be talking about the Climate Friendly Travel Registry. I'm going to look at what the registry is all about, the importance of the registry, and how one can register, and how one can be a member. SunX Malta launched the Climate Friendly Travel Registry to help travel and tourism companies and communities to develop and to share their Climate 2050 and Sustainability 2030 ambitions. The registry provides a direct link for the tourism industry to the UN Climate Action Portal. It provides data to the UNFC, to the UNFCCC on how the travel and tourism industry contributes to the global climate change agenda. SunX Malta works closely with the World Travel and Tourism Council, with the United Nations Climate Change Agency, the European Union Travel Commission, and the Thomson Okanagan Tourism Association of Canada, among other associations in strengthening the registry. The registry is open to any organization in the travel and tourism sector across the world. It covers transport, hospitality, travel services, and infrastructure providers, from the smallest to the biggest. It also allows companies and communities to record their plans and monitor progress towards achieving the set targets. Even for organizations with no experience in setting climate-friendly targets, SunX Malta provides a support system that helps them develop their ambition. Currently, companies have joined the Climate-Friendly Travel Registry as a way of showing commitment to climate-friendly travel. And companies that are part of the registry, they are from all over the world, from different parts of the world. So I'm going to also look at why the registration matters, why it matters. The registry is a trustworthy and verifiable source of information when it comes to determining who is committed with the climate action agenda and what they are doing. It also allows organizations to monitor their progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris 1.5 trajectory. Travel and tourism companies can also monitor how other players in the sector contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, companies can share experiences and learn from each other in as far as climate-friendly travel is concerned. The registry can also be used as a promotional tool by travel and tourism companies targeted at the growing climate change conscious tourists. And this allows business to flow to complying travel and tourism companies. It is also a bottom-up approach that allows tourism companies and communities to set targets related to their circumstances in their localities. By so doing, it makes it easy for them to commit to targets they have set. Visit SunX Malta website for more information on how to register and how to set climate-friendly travel targets. Thank you for listening. Please enjoy the rest of the SEYS program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngoni, and thank you, Hans. And I urge you to put some points in the question and answers. And I think here's a question which should be of great interest to you, Hans. And it's from Samuel Wong in Hong Kong. And his question is about carbon emission in the tourism sector. Is it realistic for people to say they will go completely carbon neutral because it seems difficult to achieve? Hans, maybe you'd like to fire off on that.
Thanks, Jeffrey, and thanks for that very interesting question. Yes, I agree. It's not easy to become totally carbon neutral, but there are many ways of doing so. Of course, one of the ways that a lot of companies at the moment are reaching that goal in the interim, I would say, is through carbon offsets. Now, carbon offsets in itself is a big issue, because carbon offsets basically means that you're paying for someone else effectively to reduce your carbon footprint. And whilst that may be the way to deal with it in the interim, it is not really the final solution. We want to find ways that you can actually reduce your carbon. So the question is, how far can we go and what does it take to reduce carbon? And I think the issue is that varies from place to place, from country to country, and for enterprise to enterprise. Some may, a company or a hotel or a business in the tropics may be able to reduce its energy by putting in solar panels. Yet if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, that may not be the answer, but you might be dealing with wind energy or even other ways of reducing energy. It might be that you want to be looking at the way you source your food and what kind of food you supply. There are different ways that you can reach that carbon neutral. And that is one of the reasons why we're talking about the different SDGs, because they all have something to contribute. So whilst I agree with you, it's not an easy thing to do, I believe there are many ways that you can reach that target and certainly get as close as possible. And we are here to help you with that. We're here to provide information, guidance, and make it as easy as possible.
Thanks, Hans. Ngoni, do you have a view on this?
Yes, I agree with Frederick that being carbon neutral is not easy, but I can say it is achievable. There is need to have a strategy. There are different ways in which an organization or a community or any travel and tourism stakeholder can implement to be carbon neutral. Also, I'd like to say it is not an event, but it is a process. Step by step, if one commit to be carbon neutral, they will get there. They will just need the right strategy, the right help, the right assistance, and this is offered by the travel registry. Any travel and tourism organization that registers with the registry, they get the right information from there. They get the right support. So I can say, yes, it's difficult, but it is achievable.
Thanks. I want to add an even more extreme view, Hans, really to you. Is carbon neutral enough? Isn't an analyst of the situation really having to say that if we're to meet the total agglomerated impacts of society as a whole, we can't have any carbon after 2050. It has to be carbon zero.
Very true.
People, the opponents of the offsets, they argue that it's a bit like the guy who says, I'm going to give up smoking. But he keeps smoking and he pays somebody in another country to stop smoking. I mean, is it the case that the carbon offset is a short-term palliative, a short-term way for people to make an adjustment, but it shouldn't really be a long-term solution because offsets imply that people still are producing carbon. So isn't it the case that by 2050, we should have realigned our targets from climate neutral from carbon neutral to carbon zero? What do you think about that, guys?
I think you're very right, Jeffrey, that offsets are not the answer. As I said earlier, it's an interim because at the moment there are certain things that companies don't have control over. You know, when you talk about carbon emissions, there are different ways of describing them. And what is called scope 3 are basically emissions that are not directly under your control. For example, the emissions that are produced by your visitors flying from place A to place B. And as long as the aviation industry cannot deal with its carbon, this is an issue that you can't deal with as an individual company. So offsetting may be the answer for the moment. But you're quite right. By 2050, we want to have a different world. We want to have a world where carbon is no longer a problem. And in fact, it's interesting. One of the companies that will be registering very soon, we're talking with, is a company, a hotel that claims to become energy positive. They're going to produce more energy than they actually use. So they are going to basically supply energy to the grid to help the country become carbon neutral. Now, this is one hotel that can do it. There are many that can do so. These days, with installing your own private energy systems, it is possible to actually become positive and contribute to the national grid. So there are ways that the tourism industry can actually really help the governments to get to their national determined contributions, which I think is something Ollie's mentioned in the previous discussion. Tourism is not just a problem. We have great opportunities and we can actually really help to make things happen.
Nagoni?
Yes, I agree with you, Geoffrey. The target is to go carbon zero. Whether we focus on being carbon neutral, but ideally we must not end there. Let's focus to be carbon zero. Thank you.
It's the first thing we teach the students on the course for people who are listening, that the best language is to say, I agree with you, Jeffrey. And now we have another question from one of our students, Grace Neba Bine, from the Cameroon. And Grace is asking, from experience, it will be pretty challenging for local communities to register a plan. And this is because some may not understand how registered plans work, although they manage without measuring. So Grace's question is, how can you help in such a situation, Hans?
Now, Grace, a very good question indeed. I think the issue is, you know,
by the way, that's the second thing we teach. It's a very good question indeed.
And I wasn't even on the course, can you imagine? I think, you know, that as I explained, we've developed the registry together with the WTTC, with the World Travel and Tourism Council, who are, of course, representing some of the big tourism enterprises in the world. But
a lot of the tourism industry, a lot of the tourism companies are small and medium enterprises, and they have different challenges. And we are well aware of that. We are going to produce actually guidelines specifically for SMEs, and we hope that these are guidelines that will apply throughout the world. We also are well aware that the situation in Europe is very different from the situation in Asia or in Africa or in Latin America. And it's very difficult to have a one-size-fits-all answer. Again, we are well aware of that, and we hope that we will be able to provide different options, different ways to address issues that will be applicable to your conditions. Part of it is to do with awareness raising. And I think that's where the link between the registry and the diploma course is so important, because part of the problem is, of course, to explain to people why this is important and explain to people why registering also has its benefits. As I said earlier, it's partially to do with getting your new customers in, getting clients in. It's partially to do with pure economics, because reducing carbon saves money. It's also to do with this fact that we know the world is starting to talk about climate becoming a legal issue. And therefore you will be told at some stage in the not distant future by your government that you have to have a plan. So if we can start working with you now to put some things in place, you're ahead of the curve and you can prepare yourself for that time in future when you have to. We hope to be able to provide that guidance to SMEs as well as to larger companies. We will develop more guidelines over the coming months by listening to people and finding out what their particular issues are. I don't know, Ngoni, if you have any particular questions for Zimbabwe, for example.
Yeah, let me respond to Grace's question. Thank you, Grace, for the question. You realize that the way communities work and the way travel and tourism companies operate is quite different, right? In communities, they might not have the expertise, they might not have the skills, or even access to the registry. So it is very important to partner established tourism companies that are working with within the community, so that they can explain to the community members, they can explain to the community how it is important to set these climate-friendly travel targets and how it can be done. So yes, I agree with you, Grace, that at times it may be difficult to integrate the communities, but we have a starting point. We can start with the companies that are working within the communities. They can help to cascade the information of what we want to achieve to the community members.
And Hans, in that context, are you planning to work with third parties who are there to help communities? Or is this a question of pointing them to the hubs on the internet and saying, over to you?
I think it's a combination of many things, Jeffrey. On the one hand, I think the bottom line is we don't want to develop the plans for the communities and for the SMEs. At the end of the day, it's their plan. They need to own it. They need to develop it. But we will provide assistance in different ways. On the one hand, those hubs that I mentioned and that Ollie talked about as well provide a lot of connections, a lot of websites, a lot of information, stuff that basically can help companies, communities to actually make their plans and to think what is important. In addition, we are putting together lists of basically consultants, companies that can help you do this. Now that will be at cost. I mean, these are not companies that we have control over. We will basically provide a list of institutions that we believe are credible. They have the right connections. We've basically either worked with them or we know others that have worked with them and they have certain verification, as it were. These are people that can help you develop the plan, but it will be at cost. There's also the basically direct contact that we have. I mean, we are a team and we are here to help as well. So if people have a specific question and they want to talk, there's always one of us that can talk. I mean, Rose, my colleague who is actually in Zimbabwe, is one of the people. I'm here, Ollie is there, Jeffrey is there, there's Anna. There are different people around the world that can help. And we hope to build that team after the diploma course is over and we get maybe some of you to work with us to actually provide even more guidance in future. I see Jeffrey smiling.
I think they call that a softball question and you hit it out of the park. There's a couple more questions that are emerging now. People are waking up. And this is from Letsatsi, from Lesotho. Do companies and communities, after registering, are they going to get some sort of certification or not?
Letsatsi, we are not a certification body. So you won't get a certificate. But we will have a way to show you that you have registered. I mean, you'll get a badge, which you can use for marketing purposes if you want to. The main thing is that the registry will be totally transparent. So people will be able to get into the registry and see what you've done and see what you have recorded. And that's what we would like to get. Again, as I keep saying, the key thing of our registry is it will have information, it will have data. Now, that's both a challenge, because to have the data, you've got to measure. But, 2050 is a long time. We have a couple of years to even have the first plans on the registry. The UN allows us 1 or 2 years. They said 2 in the beginning, and now they're saying, well, maybe we should try and get it in 1 year. But then, of course, on an annual basis, we can review those plans. We can upgrade those plans. We can update, and we can hone them and make them more specific. So as such, it's not a certification, but it's basically the fact you're on the registry will show people you're serious and will show people that you are actually measuring your carbon footprint.
It's a transparency element in one sense.
Very much so.
And Letsatsi's asked the second question here. Is the database going to be accessible only to registered companies and communities, or will it be available on a broader basis?
Letsatsi, this is a very good question. I know Jeffrey said that's an answer, but we've actually discussed this, because on the one hand, of course, we would like people to register, but on the other hand, it's important to get information out. So what we're saying is a lot of that information will be available, but we hope that people will use that to then register. I mean, the argument is, it's not that we would like you to register because it looks good, but at the end of the day, if the tourism industry wants to be able to basically show the United Nations and the world what it's doing, and let's be fair, at the moment, that information isn't really available. In order to get that information into the climate portal, the climate-friendly travel registry is the only way. We are the entry point. As I said in my presentation, the executive secretary of the convention has made it clear that this is the entry from tourism and travel companies into the UN Climate Action Portal. So we will provide information, but we hope companies will use that to then register their ambitions on the registry.
Yeah, and 2 points to make. I'm sorry, Nadoni, just to step in here. But number one, when people register and file their information, it goes into the public domain. It's on the registry. Third parties are able and encouraged to look for it. That's one important point. And the second point is it's amplifying on what you said, Hans. If we're to reach a collective global 1.5 degree level by 2050, the subsectors like travel and tourism have to be able to be seen to make their contribution using the same metrics that the UN system is using in order to get the world to 1.5. And the registry has been designed specifically to incorporate those metrics. And that was the registry, even before you came on, Hans, was built with the UNFCCC technicians so that the elements that were put in there were the same elements that the UNFCCC was measuring and building things on itself. So even though, Patricia Espinosa has said it's the entry point, which is great, we like that, the reality is it's the only place where the metrics are guaranteed to be identical. That's not to say other people who don't file on the registry won't have acceptable metrics. If they're part of the Science-Based Targets Initiative, the Global Compact, they'll be measuring things anyhow in the same way. But if the logical step is, if you want to demonstrate this to your regulators and to your customers, and you want to be part of the total travel and tourism community positioning, then do it through the registry. And it's not something which is, I can say this, that we set this up to make any money out of it. We said there's a nominal filing fee. You know, it's a good meal in a good restaurant. It's 50 euros a year, and that's it. That's all it costs. Nagoni, I'm going to give you. Oh, wait a minute. There's another question. A question, and I'll ask you to, if you want to answer it first, Nagoni. It's from Joseph Lobaka in the USA. Are you seeing mainly large companies or smaller localized businesses register? What's been the biggest challenge in getting various companies to register? I'm not going to ask you that, Nagoni. I'm going to ask Hans to answer that question, as it's pretty direct.
Yes, indeed, Joseph. The funny thing is, Joseph, at the moment, the smaller companies are actually more interested in registration. I think for the bigger ones, the issue is, you know, they are measuring their carbons from a global perspective. And that means it's quite a lot of work to actually get the figures in. Also, at the moment with COVID, there's of course a lot of priority on health and well-being. So several of the larger companies we're talking with have said, we'll get to you, but give me a few months. Some of the smaller ones have said, actually, we see this as something that is quite critical to us and we're willing to register right now. So at the moment, maybe rather unexpectedly, the smaller companies are more actively involved than the bigger ones. But we are talking with some of the big ones as well. And certainly in a few months' time, we expect some of them to be on the registry also.
And last question, I think, here is coming from Gloria. I just lost it, in India, and she's asking the question, is artificial intelligence able to help the tourism industry to improve its energy efficiency and reduce its emissions? Nagoni, do you have a view on that, artificial intelligence?
Yes. Thank you for the question, Gloria. Let me say, as we move forward to climate-friendly travel to achieve the carbon zero, technology will be very important. So issues like artificial intelligence, they will be very essential in providing the data on how best can we achieve the targets, on how best can we achieve the goals. So yes, I can say I agree with you. Artificial intelligence will be very important as we move towards our targets.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything, Hans, or are you happy?
No, I agree with
Ngoni.
Ngoni.
Good question.
I agree with Ngoni. I think, as I said earlier, you know, carbon reduction emissions has a lot to do with energy reduction. And of course, artificial intelligence can definitely help us with reducing energy in, for example, hotels or other hospitality industry.
Okay, that brings us to the end of this session. I'd like to thank you both for actually not only your presentations, which were excellent, but also the open and interesting way in which you answered the questions. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Ngoni.
Thank you, Frederick. Thank you, everyone.
And ladies and gentlemen, that brings us halfway through our event today. The opening session and the first set of working sessions, if I can call them that. And we now have 50 minutes, which is till about 1 o'clock in Vancouver. when we move on to session 6 on nature-based solutions. But for the moment, I would suggest you go and eat some lunch, have a cup of coffee, a beer if you feel like it. And there's some videos which are interesting to watch, which Tota has put together on its beautiful region. And we'll see you back here at 1300 on the dot. Thanks very much.
So, what was your favorite part?
Well, I saw the bluest lake I've ever seen. We dug our dinner right out of the ground. And we ate grapes for dessert. I loved the rainbow parade. Everyone there was so happy and proud. But sometimes, I got lost in all the people. The sage, it smelled so good. And I learned how to care for the living land. I got really worried when I saw all the cars pulled over. But we made a friend on the beach. He protects the lake. And then we walked for miles and miles. It was my favorite trip. I want to go back every year.
Do you think you'll make it this year, Grandpa? We'll make it work. No excuses this time.
My family has made the Thompson Okanagan our destination for generations. I cherish the memories made here. I hope it has the opportunity to shape who my child becomes. My grandfather taught me to share and experience this special place and to vow to respect and preserve it for those who come after me. Join us by making that commitment. Take the pledge.
Guests come in with this
idea that we all are kind of the same, similar. We all have the same opportunity to come and do culture. And I won't really know how it changes them, but I can see that they go back home with a different idea of First Nations. Having a place that has the tourism side and the community aspect of the healing is perfect because it all works together no matter what. It's beautiful.
There is a treasure to be found. Unearthed 9,000 years ago by ice sheets drifting without heed to obstruction or borders. From this scourge came a rebirth of abundance, whose true fertile power lay in waiting. A sun-baked desert transformed into orchard and farmland heaven. Today, our borderless continuum engenders a new name, a name not divided by culture or country. We call this backbone Route 97. A center line crowned in the north by deep emerald tones, reflective of waterfalls and temperate rainforest. Forested peaks that soften into rolling hills and the pastels of caramel earth and sagebrush. But it's the water that brings the magic. People of interior British Columbia, north central Washington, and the indigenous nations call this place home. They built their futures on this treasured palette, living lives full of color with borderless hearts and free spirits. They understand the balance of desert and water, of struggle and triumph, challenge and resilience, abiding by the ebb and flow of life, a pace driven not by the ticking of seconds, but by the changing of seasons. And nature rewards the patient. Route 97, the highway that connects us all. 3 nations with borderless abundance, and beauty that would steal the heart of any traveler.
This place is wild. Constant adventure draws you in. There was no limit to where we could go or the vistas we could find. And it didn't take much to get off the beaten path. But when we did, well, And the people we met, so humbled to call this place their home. For up here, everyone has a few wild neighbors. This place, it's hard to describe.
With each story that we tell, it teaches. And so as we take people on cultural tours, we're teaching. When they walk on the paths of the Inkimi Desert Cultural Center, I want them to realize that this is a special place, that history happened here, that it's a beautiful history. Our people built homes and dwelled on these beautiful lands. The land took care of us. The animals took care of us. And so we just want to share why we love our area. And we want people from all over the world to come visit us because we have a lot to share.
You always start with your hands, and you wash your hands with the smoke, because it's done with sage, and sage is something that we would burn, and it cleanses, or it cleans, gets rid of bad spirits. You do your ears so you only hear good things. You do your eyes so you only see good things. You do your mouth so you only say good things. You do your heart, you fill your heart full of good things. And you always finish with your legs, so it keeps you on that good path.
I think when you go on an adventure together, it makes it even better. The cold winter air, the open space, you don't really think about anything else except for what's right in front of you. And you're just out there enjoying the day, and that's all that matters in that moment.
The Smokemead Valley is really a hidden little gem. It's incredibly unique because it is so biodiverse. This is the organic capital of Canada.
The Similkameen has got a tremendous traction in everything wine in British Columbia, and to be part of that is very exciting. The general managers, they are farmers, they are operators, and it comes through in the winery experience and in the wine quality. You're getting something that's true crafted product.
The Similkameen is a very unique, very special place.
They say once you ventured along my paths, caught glimpses of my unrivaled natural beauty, you want to keep me all to yourself. I don't blame you. Old friends, new explorers, I invite you to escape into my snow-covered forests, wide open ranges, quiet spaces, and find your way back to what matters to you. reconnect, renew your curiosity. Pick up the pace, take a bold step into a new adventure. Break the boundaries of your own comfort zone. And take a moment for those around you. I'll be here to wind down, recharge, slow the pace. For the simple things worthy of great memories. Someone once said, "I've got it all." And come to think of it, they may be onto something.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're going to dive straight in with session 6 on nature-based solutions with a live message from Vanessa Sun. Hi, Vanessa, welcome. Vanessa works with Climate Caucus, a non-partisan network of 300 plus councillors from across Canada. Her passion for climate change mitigation and adaptation led her to work on evaluating nature-based climate solutions for local governments, as well as the development of a handbook for municipal councillors. That must have been a great read, Vanessa.
I hope so.
Vanessa is also a graduate student in the Master of Community and Regional Planning program at the University of British Columbia, UBC. Vanessa, you're very welcome. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Jeffrey. And thank you, everyone, for having me today. I'm just going to quickly share my screen. All right. Okay, I hope everyone can see this. So yes, hi everyone, I'm Vanessa. I'm currently calling from the city of Vancouver, which is on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And today I'm just going to present a brief overview on nature-based solutions. So yes, so today I'm just going to go over what are nature-based solutions and tourism, and how you can be involved. So before we begin, I just want to get a sense of what everyone thinks nature-based solutions are. So if you can quickly go to pollev.com/VanessaS744, or I believe one of the facilitators are going to leave a link in the chat as well. You can just click that and just enter as many words as you can regarding nature-based solutions to what you think it is. And then we'll go over it at the end of the presentation. So what are nature-based solutions? According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, nature-based solutions are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems in ways that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively to provide both human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So that's a lot of words. So let's try to get to understand how nature-based solutions works. Nature-based solutions reduces greenhouse gas emissions through capturing and storing additional carbon dioxide from atmosphere, improving land management practices, and protecting carbon-rich ecosystems. Nature-based solutions are more powerful when they're paired with emissions reductions and clean energy solutions, and they can provide 30 to 40% of the carbon dioxide mitigation required by 2030 to help ensure global warming is capped at under 2 degrees. And most importantly, Indigenous leadership is important to nature-based solutions. This is just going to be a brief overview, as there is a presentation on Indigenous solutions after. So Indigenous people have been leading the efforts and are critical to the success of nature-based solutions. Past conservation efforts have often failed to include Indigenous solutions. And even though they have been the guardians of our environment for thousands of years, protecting the earth with their traditional knowledge, they have now started to really be incorporated into nature-based solutions. And they're very important, as many of the carbon-dense forests and peatlands are prioritized for nature-based solutions globally, as they are found within the traditional territories of Indigenous people. Additionally, they can provide tourism spaces, as we can see here in Canada at Winnipeg's Indigenous Peoples Gardens at the Assiniboine Park, which serves as a space for Indigenous peoples to reflect a deep philosophical understanding and respect for nature. The planning of the garden was led by Indigenous landscapes and architectural designers. Additionally, in BC, there is an upcoming Indigenous Cultural Center and Nature Park at Lake Country, which is a collaboration between the District of Lake Country and the Vernon-based Okanagan Indian Band. The facility will celebrate Okanagan Indian band culture, history, and language, and promote tourism. This center will be built beside the Okanagan Rail Trail, where it runs through Lake Country. And the trail is to be a 50-kilometer hiking and biking trail that runs from downtown Kelowna to Coldstream. It is expected that the center and nature park will attract many hikers and bikers off the trail for visits. As well, there will be a new stormwater treatment wetland that will be incorporated into the design to enhance the wetlands and grasslands of the nature park. So what are the benefits of nature-based solutions? So there are three key things. The first being community resilience. It creates protection against natural disasters like wildfires, floods, and also creates stormwater management and increases food production and security. An example of increased food security is a pop-up garden in Edmonton, which provided accessibility to local grown food during the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, there are health benefits such as improving air and water quality, and it also improves mental well-being and increases the accessibility to green spaces. An example of this is the Shinrin-yoku forest bathing in Japan, which is a sensory experience that promotes mental wellness by taking time to enjoy being in a forest through breathing in fresh air and letting the stillness of the forest influence the mind to be calm. And lastly, economically, the World Wildlife Fund has estimated that nature can provide services worth around 125 trillion US dollars per year. As well, what we're here today for ecotourism opportunities. So how can nature-based solutions be incorporated with tourism? Oftentimes, when we think of nature-based solutions, we just often think that it can be through camping or hiking or just being one with nature. However, there are actually many opportunities for nature-based solutions to be incorporated into our urban landscape, such as in Barcelona, there's a passage, the Sanjon, which is a green corridor. In Korea, there is the Cheonggye Stream, which is an aspect of stream recovery. And lastly, in BC, there's green roofs in the Goats on the Roof market. So in Barcelona, they have the Passage de Sanjon, which was completed in 2015. This is a green corridor that composes of large sidewalks that are enriched with a variety of vegetation. As well, there are semi-permeable pavements, which is good for stormwater management, meaning it helps absorb the rainwater and also prevents more toxins from going into the sewage system. As well, there are children areas to play. The green corridor can be seen to deliver many benefits, such as provisions of shade, reducing traffic noises, and also reducing the urban island heat effect. And also it increases biodiversity. In Seoul, the Cheonggye Stream was completed in 2005, restoring the stream from the Cheonggye Expressway, which we see on the left. It is used as an international model for stream recovery, and through recovering the stream, it provides increased flood protection, increased biodiversity, and reduces the urban heat island effect. Also, this has become a popular gather spot for tourists and locals alike, and economically, it has increased the price of buildings in the surrounding area. And lastly, the Coombs BC Goats on the Roof Market, which is also called the Old Country Market, started off as a roadside fruit stand for travelers, but now is a hot tourist spot. Legend has it that after a few glasses of wine, Larry, the owner, suggested that they borrow some goats to mow the grass and perhaps provide some entertainment for passing cars. Needless to say, the goats have become a permanent tenant for the Coombs Market, and they have been there for more than 30 years. And each spring, there is a trip of goats that make their home on the roof, entertaining both locals and visitors from all over the world. And these roofs are green roofs, which have become a popular form of nature-based solutions. Green roofs convert wasted roof space into green spaces that can provide insulation during the colder days and has a cooling effect through evaporation. Green roofs can help manage stormwater through absorption of the rainwater and prevents the rainwater from washing into the sewer system that contains toxins. Also, it serves as a habitat for the goats. So we can see very briefly that nature-based solutions can provide tourism hotspots in the urban landscape, as well as being within the natural landscapes as we know of, like national parks. So before we get involved, before we can look into how you can get involved with nature-based solutions, let's kind of look at your responses. So we can see solutions being a key one. So that's great. Ecosystem, justice, reconciliation, forest, community connection, all great words of what nature-based solutions are. And I'm glad to know that many of you already have a good sense of what nature-based solutions can provide. As well as non-monetary, circular, gardens, great. And so how can you get involved with nature-based solutions? The first thing is to volunteer at local initiatives. One example in Canada is the David Suzuki Butterfly Way project, which helps restore habitats for the pollinators through planting native wildflowers in yards, schoolyards, streets, and parks to support bees and butterflies. The next is through lobbying the government, making your voice heard. Many elected officials can't act on change because they don't know what you want and what citizens want. So it's very important to make your voice heard. And in Canada, there is a youth infiltration manual by Youth Climate Lab and Climate Caucus that will also be linked into the chat. And that serves as a guide on how to lobby the government. And lastly, doing what you're doing today. Attending these events and webinars and conferences is very important, as you can learn more on what you can do in terms of actions and also just keeping yourself active in this environment. All right, thank you for listening to my brief presentation, and I hope you guys have a good understanding of nature-based solutions.
Hey, thank you, Vanessa. That was great. That was, I read in your bio that you have a passion, I repeat, passion for climate adaptation and mitigation. And I was a little bit worried when I read that because I've never actually met anyone who had a passion for climate adaptation and mitigation, but you sure as hell have a passion for nature-based solutions. And it was engaging and informative, and I learned something. So thank you for that.
Thank you. That's great to hear.
And now we're going to have a video presentation from Eric Nesengyumba, who is one of our, again, diploma students from SUNX Malta. And Eric is from Rwanda, and he's going to follow up on the same subject. Eric, if you can play the video.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Strong Earth Youth Summit. My names are Eric Nsengiyumva from Rwanda. I am also a student of climate-friendly travel diploma. I am pleased today to talk about the nature-based solutions which can help us to fight the climate change, specifically for tourism and travel industry. As we all know, climate change is a crisis which is existential, and it needs everyone's participation and contribution to fight and to mitigate it. Tourism contributes 8% of the total global carbon emissions, and this comes from aviation, boating, safaris, and other tourism-related activities. And to fight this, or to minimize the contribution tourism have on global carbon emissions, there are several strategies which can be used, and I'm going to present some few in the next few minutes. Let me start with bamboo plantation. Bamboo is a very nice plant which can be found to many places on the planet. And the good thing about bamboo is it serves as carbon sink. It also serves as shelter to different wildlife, which means it can also be helping us to fight the deforestation. Bamboo provides shelter for wildlife as well as food, not only for wildlife but also to humans. Bamboo also helps to boost the economies of local communities, as it takes short time compared to other forests to harvest. Bamboo also can help us in many other uses. We can also use chef gardens for hotels and restaurants, which means it helps hotels to reduce their footprint emissions they produce when they are going to shop different commodities. We can also adopt the use of solar energy, specifically for hotels. This helps them to reduce the footprint they produce when they use the normal electricity. We can also adopt to use the local and seasonal products which are available on the local market. I mean, when hotels use the seasonal and local products, specifically in agricultural products, it helps them to reduce the carbon emission, the footprint they normally produce when they import goods. As I conclude, I want to emphasize and mention that a better place to live in is a better place to visit. So if you want our destinations as companies, as destination management organizations, as individuals, if we want to sustain and inherit our destinations to future generation, we need to act now and fight the climate crisis. And we can do this by using nature-based solutions, which will help us as a way to climate resilience. Everyone's contribution is needed, whether small or big, but let's make sure that we are all contributing to save our planet. Let's all contribute to make sure that we are we are conserving these destinations for future generations to come, because they also need to live as we lived. So I welcome any question, any comment in the chat box, and I take this opportunity to invite and welcome you all to our remarkable Rwanda. Keep enjoying the rest of the summit, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Well, thank you, Eric. That was a somewhat different presentation from Vanessa's, but both being complementary. And you're with us, I see, and Vanessa is with us. And we have our first question from Samuel Wong, and I'll put it to both of you. Samuel says, since climate change is affecting most tourist destinations across the world, do you think destinations can explore new, and I'm going to insert, nature-based tourism assets to diversify their market offering to visitors? And we'll start with you, Vanessa. Do you think there's a scope to increase nature-based products?
Yeah, for sure. As I kind of mentioned in my presentation, there's many ways that cities can incorporate a more urban type of nature-based solutions that can be also seen as a tourist spot. So for example, at the green corridors, and through that, it can also help a lot of the small businesses in local areas, because it will bring an attraction for people to come to those areas, as well as also increases people's I think because Instagram has become a big thing, people will now be more motivated to go visit those areas with that Instagrammable aspect, with having a green corridor or having the stream recovery as well. I hope that answers the question.
Sure it does. Eric?
Yeah, I'm not going to far from what Vanessa said. I strongly believe that.
Can you speak up a little, Eric? It's hard to hear you. I know you're a soft-spoken person, but can you just be a little bit louder?
Yeah, I was saying I am not going to go far from what Vanessa said. There is room for improvement, and there is room for innovations for nature-based solution products. For example, I was saying in my presentation, I mentioned about the bamboo plantations. Mainly in the urban areas, they can, if they plant more bamboo gardens, that can be used, for for Sunday walks, for evening walks. So it can be used as tourism and mini ecotourism or nature-based solutions, tourism products. And I know it can work. Government needs to work on that. Not only government, but also even the private sector. The partnership is needed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And we have another question from Adam Kunis. How can new ecotourism areas be managed so that the locals who use the space don't feel crowded out of their own recreation areas? This is eco over tourism.
I think
I did hear.
No, please go for it.
I was saying I didn't hear Jeffrey well. Maybe my network was breaking a bit. Maybe you can come up again with the question.
Okay, Vanessa.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to what Eric actually was saying earlier about partnerships and making sure that the locals are involved with these type of decisions, and oftentimes making sure that government officials are kind of aware as what the locals' needs are, so that they can be kind of more incorporated into making these type of decisions and understanding what the locals need and what type of spaces they want to be protected for themselves. That partnership aspect that Eric was saying, very important.
Okay. And do you think that we're looking at a sort of capacity management built into long-term strategies? In an earlier discussion, we talked about the impact of climate change and the registry that we've set up at Cenex Malta, which is designed to help people make what we call climate-friendly travel plans, sustainability plans, and carbon reduction plans. And the feeling that this is, in a sense, up to each company and community to sort of chart their own pathway. Do you think there's a scope in this for giving more positioning to nature-based solutions? And if so, what instruments do you think could be used? Is it regulation, or is it market-based incentives, or what? And don't say that's a really good question.
That was exactly what I was going to say. That's a really good question. I don't want to speak over Eric, so if you want to go first, please.
No, you go first, Vanessa. Go on.
All right. Yeah. Yes, definitely. I think you kind of also mentioned that regulation and market-based incentives are both, I think, very key to having any type of action. Regulation is needed in order to make sure that people don't stray too far out of the line, and that everyone has a fair and equitable type of opportunity, as well as having that market-based incentive is important, so that it can show that there is this type of demand for having more nature-based solutions incorporated into ecotourism or just tourism in general. And I think that by really just educating and informing more people on what is needed is quite important. Otherwise, people are not going to be aware that these are type of options that you can make and what the impacts are. So yeah, I don't know if Eric, you want to add on anything as well?
I was going to emphasize on that, because regulation is the key.
Speak up, Eric, please. We can't hear you.
I was saying that regulation is the key, and it is very needed, to make sure that, yes, the ecotourism is there and destination is there, but how are we managing it? And I'll link this, with COVID, which gives destinations a good time to rethink on their strategies and on the regulation. So I think regulation is the key, to make sure that the destinations are well managed, to make sure that we are not getting again into over-tourism.
Here's a question from Isaac Azewa. How can the local farmers gain from the visitors if the hotels produce their own vegetables?
If I can answer that.
Vanessa's smiling. She's really happy that you're going to answer this.
Yes, I was saying, I don't think that hotels can produce 100% of what they need from their gardens. So the reason why they do that is also to add-ons on the organic food they need. But I don't think that hotels can produce 100% the food and the vegetables they need. So still there is a room for local communities, to supply the vegetables and other products they produce. And also, as tourism in many different destinations is growing, so more hotels are coming, more restaurants are coming, more coffee shops are coming. So all of them, they need supplies from agriculture. So local farmers, I don't think it is an issue for them. They can't conflict with the hotels, on that.
Vanessa, I know your answer isn't just going to be to nod in agreement with Eric.
I think he answered it very well, and I would answer exactly the same thing. So I think he did a good job with that.
Have you thought of a future in politics?
I did study political science as my undergraduate degree. So in some ways, yes and no, but I do understand there's many more complications. And I think that by working with city staff and doing some other more, educating platforms, I think can also make a very strong impact as well. So
it was just that your answer was so subtle. I thought that you've got a political future ahead of you. Do we have any more? We've time for a couple more questions. How big a part do you think nature-based solutions are going to be in the post-COVID future? Is it going to be 5%? Is it going to be 50% of tourism? Do you have any feel for that?
I wouldn't be able to put a percentage for me personally, but I think in many ways, COVID has really shown the value needed for having these green spaces or just having more nature incorporated, as many of us have been cooped up in our homes, and the need to have the opportunity to go outside and really appreciate nature, I think has been a priority for many cities. And to see that there's a more important link between climate change and as well as overall community resilience, I think more cities are going to put a priority towards it. So I wouldn't say there's a specific percentage, but I definitely feel like there is going to be a very strong increase in nature-based solutions incorporated into it.
Eric?
If I can add on that, I'm giving an example of my country, Rwanda. Since the pandemic, the people who mainly go on Sunday walks or Saturday walks have increased. So mainly for hiking, going in the village walks. So with that, I totally believe that post-COVID, the nature base will boost, and with the government strategies of making sure that they are putting more effort to reduce their carbon emissions, they are putting effort, to meet the Paris Agreement targets. So I strongly believe that the nature-based solution will boost, and many people have started that. Not only in Rwanda but also in New York. I've read some articles saying that they are closing some roads for only pedestrians. So that's a sign that the nature-based solution will boost in the post-COVID.
We have a question from Ngoni from Zimbabwe. How can we motivate travel and tourism companies to adopt nature-based solutions?
Well,
your turn, Eric.
Okay. I think with this COVID, it shows. It reminded because it has shown that before, but it reminded us that our industry depends on nature. So if tourism stakeholders cannot understand that their industry depends on nature, that should be, that should be a problem of, I can say that should be an issue of deniers. But as far as nature is concerned, as far as tourism is concerned, they should be encouraged. They should be, they should see that they need to adopt a nature-based solution, not only for their business, but if we are planning the industry, if we are planning to inherit our destination to the future generations.
Yes, I think Eric answered it very well. I guess one other thing we can say is
you're not here to grade Eric, Vanessa. That's my job.
Yes, I think you brought in very good points. And I would also just want to say that I think in the last 2 years, and to add on to his point, we have definitely had more of an awareness regarding climate change. And I think people are now starting to make actionable, like conscious choices towards making sure that our actions kind of have a positive impact on the environment. And I think through that, like it's very important for community, like for more tourism companies to be incorporating that and embracing that type of environment into their own businesses as well. So
do you think that's travelers generally, Vanessa, or do you think it's mostly driven by young people?
I think it's everybody. I don't think there's really just one specific person or generation that kind of has been making these conscious decisions. And I think we can see throughout history that, you know, there's the flower power in the 60s and the 70s in which people were already starting to be more aware of what type of actions they can have on the environment. And it's through technology innovation and through us having these conversations now that we are able to know how we can actually have these type of actions that can have positive impacts. And I think it'd be good that if more people are more aware, they're going to be able to help and change the market and be more conscious about what we can do for the environment. So.
Okay. There's a question from Samuel Wong asking if nature-based tourism might create damage also to the environment, and should the governments design codes of conduct to inform visitors about the importance of conservation?
Yeah, sorry, Eric, I went first, but yes, definitely I agree. Nature-based tourism can have a strong environmental impact. If you're going to build new infrastructure into the environment, that can definitely have a strong impact on what's going to happen with nature as well as impact wildlife. I think along with the government trying to be aware of those actions and being like very open to understanding that, I think, for example, I think Venice, they have these rules that they inform their visitors that you're not supposed to feed any of the pigeons. You're not supposed to kind of do certain things that can also impact their environment. So I do think that by having these type of information prior to entering the city, it can be very helpful as well. And that they kind of so that the visitors also understand what impact they can have on the city and the environment there. So I think that's a very good point, Samuel.
I also agree with Vanessa. Like in our case in Rwanda, like the government, our main product is gorillas, and we have a code of conduct when people are going to to visit gorillas, because we know 98% DNA are the same as ours. So the government put in place the code of conduct of, you don't have to approach gorillas, you have to stay in 7 meters. Nowadays with COVID, you have to visit them with a face mask. You don't have to touch them. You have to respect nature. You don't have to destroy trashes in the park. So all those, and I know even every government do that. So with that, it makes sure that even if tourism is conducting the nature-based locations, but also there are code of conduct in place, to make sure that we are conserving the nature-based and we are, making sure that they are safe.
Isn't it the case in Rwanda, Eric, that they are putting a very high fee on visitors getting licenses to go and see the gorillas? I can't remember what it was. I was there once, and I think it was kind of upwards of $300, but I'm maybe going gaga as I get older. And And then last question here from Adam Kunis. Thank you, Adam. You're a very constructive participant today. What role does certification play in nature-based services? How can we position ourselves to compete against greenwashing? Who wants to answer that? Vanessa, you go first this time.
Sure. Well, I can't really speak specifically in the tourism aspect, but I know that for certification with building green roofs, and for example, in Canada, there's something called a LEED certification, where if you incorporate some more environmental aspects to your building, it can incentivize developers to kind of create green roofs, as well as also having greening. And I think through that, it kind of regulates what kind of design structures you can put in, and it also prevents other types of difficulties, I guess you can say, into implementing certain type of things. And I think certification is really important because it makes sure a standard is met, so that when opposition is kind of coming in, like there is these certifications that kind of justifies why certain actions are being put in place. I think positioning yourselves against greenwashing is going to be a very hard battle. I think it's very hard to make sure people are understanding of what type of actions and how those actions specifically can have those type of impacts. I wouldn't have an answer necessarily. I think once again, it's just through making sure people are informed about the decisions and what are actually being done in regards to actually trying to position yourself against greenwashing. So,
Eric?
Yeah, I understand. In my understanding, I believe that certifications they help. Because to get a certificate, there's a certain standard you need to meet. So certifications plays a big role in make sure that the nature-based solutions standards are met. Because if you're required maybe 10 requirements to have that certification, so it keeps you motivated, to keep meeting the standard for you to have the certificate. And I strongly believe that we should either SANEX or other destinations, they should promote the certification in their destinations, mainly in the stakeholders, because that's what will help them, will help the stakeholders to meet the green and clean standards.
Okay, guys, that's the end of the session. I want to thank both of you. You made a great team. And thank you very much, Vanessa and Eric.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on now from nature-based solutions to indigenous solutions. We discussed earlier a little bit indigenous issues. We have 3 participants in this session, and we're going to start off with Shian McKay, who's the Senior Project Manager at the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources. And Shian has 14 years of experience in environmental conservation sciences. 13 of them have been working directly with First Nations. And she's now Senior Project Manager at the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources. So Shian is Ojibwe and a member of the Pine Creek First Nations in Manitoba. She has a Bachelor's of Science in Environmental and Conservation Sciences with a major in Conservation Biology from the University of Alberta. And she's also received a certificate in Indigenous Women in Community Leadership from the Coady International Institute at St. Francis Xavier University. Shian, the floor is yours. You're very welcome. You have to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. I'm going to share my screen. I prepared a presentation for today.
Great earrings, by the way.
Thank you. They're my diamonds. So I'm going to talk to you today about braiding knowledge to take action on climate change. I'll be going through the importance of braiding traditional knowledge in Western science for climate change, as well as an introduction to the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources, doing a quick overview of our climate change planning tools, and speaking a bit about youth engagement. So why is braiding traditional knowledge in Western science important for climate change? The biggest thing is that it takes us to the core of back to our traditional stories, cultural stories and teachings from elders and knowledge keepers. And it helps us to preserve the knowledge and to pass it on to the next generation about how things were a long time ago compared to the changes that the elders and knowledge keepers are seeing on the land today in regards to the impacts of climate change. They need to identify critical priority indicators, climate change indicators. You often hear that jargon when you're researching about climate change. It's the same thing for Indigenous communities when they're trying to assess what's important for the community. So an example of that would be something like permafrost. So you can look at both the observations in the environment for permafrost, but you can also measure that in terms of the scientific analysis. So it's very important in that way. And also what communities can start thinking about is that with climate change, we're having to travel further and further to collect our traditional medicines, our harvest indigenous foods, such as wild game, moose, and caribou. So there's a big need for more programs that support elders and youth getting engaged and going out on the land to learn with each other and to collect these medicines and traditional foods for future sustainability. There's also land-based knowledge systems. So again, the hunters, fishers, gatherers, they have so much knowledge about the land, and it helps them to keep safe on the land and on the waters because it's tied to their lived experiences out on the land. Sorry. And this is very important for programs like Guardian programs that are community-led, because it provides an opportunity for the guardians to go out on the land and collect observational data as well as scientific data, which can verify climatic models and the information that the scientists are gathering, like on a federal scale. The data can speak to each other, that the community is gathering and then that the scientists are, and then they can better collaborate and find solutions that can benefit the Indigenous communities. Also, it's important to note that globally, Indigenous communities cover 24% of the land worldwide, and they maintain 80% of the planet's biodiversity. And they are in or adjacent to 85% of the world's protected areas. There's some Indigenous communities that are right inside provincial parks in Canada. The Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources is celebrating its 25th year this year. We've recently launched a celebration magazine that we can provide. I can provide the link for you afterwards, or it may go in the chat box. But we are Canada's first national Indigenous directed environmental nonprofit charitable organization. A group of 10 chiefs got together a really long time ago and decided that there needed to be a bridge between the federal government and the communities to bring more environmental capacity to the First Nations. It was founded in 1994, and we've worked with 450 projects with over 300 Indigenous nations across Canada. We have 2 program areas: protecting lands and waters and building sustainable communities. And we have several focus areas. We work with water, traditional knowledge, biodiversity, youth, sustainable waste management, renewable energy and climate change, and most recently, food sovereignty. We're also a virtual organization, so I'm working from home right now. And this background is kind of misleading. It's very pretty, but yeah, I am at home. And our staff work in Manitoba and Ontario currently. Here is a map of different communities and organizations we've worked with across Canada. So oftentimes as a staff member. I started off as a research associate, so I did quite a bit of travel. I was able to travel to many different communities all across Canada, and I've been coast to coast to coast, working directly with Indigenous communities, helping build their environmental capacities. And then alternatively, I've helped organize national conferences where we brought youth and elders and knowledge keepers, scientists together at large national forums. So there's different opportunities on how we engage with youth. I want to switch gears a bit and tell you a bit about our climate change work. One of our most recent developments is a climate change adaptation planning toolkit for Indigenous communities. It's a suite of materials that includes 4 key components. There's an adaptation guidance document, which provides support for communities that may be looking for tools and resources and are at various stages of looking for these materials. And it's in regards to forest fires, winter roads, coastal sea erosion. There's also 6 climate change adaptation planning guidebooks, an Indigenous language glossary as well, with 2 completed glossaries in 2 languages. So as I mentioned, the guidance document supports for winter roads, wildfire, inland flooding, and sea level rise and coastal erosion. So the 6 guidebooks, they work a community through the process of developing a climate adaptation plan, which assesses their priorities, as I mentioned, the climate indicators, through going through starting the planning process, which is hiring a coordinator, starting a working group of elders, of gender diverse groups, of youth, to be a part of the planning team. And then it goes more into determining what the impacts are of the community. Each community is unique, so there needs to be a unique process going forward. And the 3rd guidebook is identifying community sustainability and climate change vulnerabilities, because Indigenous people in Canada are probably the most sensitive and impacted by climate change, because we're so inherently tied to the land because of our treaty and inherent rights. And we go to fish and hunt and gather from the lands. Guidebook 4 is identifying solutions. Guidebook 5 is taking adaptive action. And Guidebook 6 is monitoring that change over time. So how have we engaged youth? One of the projects that I currently work with is with Fox Lake Cree Nation in Manitoba. There's a 2-year project to help build a climate adaptation plan. So we hired a coordinator, established a working group, completed some guidebooks, and we did some community engagement through newsletters, radio stations. And what was the most fun was we did a community fishing derby, which brought together the fishers and the elders and the youth together to fish with one another. And the prizes were like gift cards. We also did a youth poster contest with a fish fry. And we did youth interviews. So our coordinator went to the schools and did some interviews with the youth, as well as elder interviews, and an adaptation plan framework was developed. Another project that is very near and dear to my heart is the Shining Lights Energy Literacy and Language in the Northwest Territories. So it was designed to increase the energy literacy of Indigenous women and youth from across the Northwest Territories. We hosted 3 workshops in Inuvik, Fort Simpson, and Yellowknife. There were 56 participants from 22 different communities that participated. Travel, accommodation, and meals were covered. And for myself, it was my first time that I went to Inuvik, and I had the opportunity to go to Tuktoyaktuk and see the Arctic Ocean and explore Inuvik and the different culture. And it was my first time having whitefish as well. So it was a good opportunity to explore the community by being involved in this program. And then I'm sure the youth in our program felt the same way, that we're not from the region. The workshop structure was 3 days. It was facilitated by our organization as well as Northwest Territories facilitators. There was a mixture of presentations, hands-on activities, games, and tours. We ended up with a 7-chapter curriculum. There was an energy fair that was held by Arctic Energy Alliance at each of the 3 workshops. We had an energy action tour, which was held in Fort Simpson. as well as a energy bingo. It was called 50,000 watts bingo. The participants committed to taking action once they got home. And there was a poster development exercise that was done with the youth, women, and elders of the group. And they worked together in separate groups, and they laughed, and they shared stories, and they translated the key energy terms into their indigenous languages. We ended up with Shining Lights posters in 7 different indigenous languages: Avaliaktan, Gwich'in, North Slavey, South Slavey, Clicho, Chipewyan, 2 dialects of Chipewyan, and Dene Zati. The posters were shared across Northwest Territories and to all the government offices and the participants that participated in the project. So here's the posters. Very colorful, and these are based off the original drawings from the youth participants and the women and the elders as they're working in their groups. And we just took them to a graphic designer, and then we had all the language verified by really experienced language translators. So I feel very good at the end of the day that this was done in a culturally appropriate and respectful way. And all these resources are available for free on our website. And again, the link will probably be provided for you in the chat. And that is my presentation. So I thank you for your time, and my contact information is right here. I think you're on mute, Jeffrey.
Shian, can you stop sharing, please?
Okay.
I'm being controlled. It's difficult for me to take. Yes, I was saying thank you very much. That was fascinating. And I had a question before I move on to, and that is how when you have the 7 languages, how much can you understand each other? Are there common words, phrases? Is it something where you can, sort of half understand each other?
The workshops were done in 3 regional workshops. So we had them in 3 different places, and we did that specifically so we could break up the language groups. So in that first group in Inuvik, there was 3 languages plus English. And then the second one, there was only 1 language plus English. And then the third workshop, there was 2 languages plus English. So we just had to increase our number of translators that we had at the first workshop to make sure that it was done in a very good way, that we were able to capture the diversity. And then when we were in the workshops, we broke the groups up into where the community members were from. So that is their language. And if they didn't know their language, then they had an opportunity to learn. And then if they did, they had an opportunity to share.
Excellent. And I'm sorry, I'm hogging the floor a bit, but I'm going to do it. The second thing that was interesting to me was your groups, you kind of mix up elders with youth. Is that very deliberate? Is that part of the passing on knowledge system?
Absolutely. It gives an opportunity, as I mentioned, it gives an opportunity to learn and share. And we heard it for ourselves when we did some surveying back in 2017. We did a national forum on community-based climate monitoring at a symposium, and the youth themselves told us they wanted to spend more time with the elders, and the elders themselves told us they wanted to spend more time with the youth. So it came about creating more of an opportunity for them to do that.
Fascinating. Okay, if you'll just stand by, we're going to now have a presentation from Lynn Asher. And Lynn Asher is currently in her 3rd year at UBC Okanagan. She's majoring in geography and minoring in Indigenous studies. She's Silk and a member of the West Bank First Nation located in the central Okanagan. And her focus is currently on human geography and the research behind Indigenous knowledge and climate science initiatives for climate change management within Indigenous communities. You're very welcome, Lynn Asher, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. White Haskell Hull and Chai Squeeze, Lenasia Ned. Hello, my name is Lenasia Ned. I'm a geography student at UBCO, as Jeffrey said, and I would like to begin by acknowledging the territory that the Strong Earth Summit is residing on virtually. It's the traditional and unceded territory of the lands of the Tk'emlúp te Secwepemc peoples in the Thompson Okanagan. And I'm very excited to be here today and talk to you all in regards from a youth perspective of Indigenous youth engagement in climate change initiatives and how our younger people are being involved in the sustainability and revitalization efforts of our lands. So in the past years, youth engagement in climate change was not an important association as it was judged to not hold much expertise or needed contribution, merely generating climate anxiety within the youth and communities, known as a feeling of hopelessness as they experience significant impacts such as warming temperatures, extreme weather events, and changes in a lot of their valued natural resources. This created a lot of fear and anxiety in the youth, and it creates a significant awareness for the need for youth resilience and climate change initiatives and how their direct involvement in the climate governance can offset these anxieties. So I wanted to give a few examples of Indigenous communities and how they constructed Indigenous community climate change projects that involved the youth specifically. For instance, in the North, the Arctic Institute of Community-Based Research developed an Indigenous community climate change adaptation project between 2017 and 2019 for the Yukon youth between 18 and 30. So the basis of the project was to build the Yukon First Nations youth's aptitude surrounding climate change and its effects on their food and water security. So this 2-year project offered an action plan toolkit for the youth in order to evaluate and contribute to potential climate change adaptation. And additionally, the sharing of this information about climate change with the youth is one part of the solution to get youth engagement into these sort of issues, but as well, youth, for their individual resilience, they can be shaped through their culture and learning with place-based education, where they are problem solving together and receiving the teachings from their elders, the leadership in the community, and climate experts. So as well in 2019, for another example, the Pacific Peoples Partnership delivered a 3-day climate action workshop for 80 youth for several First Nations surrounding the Victoria, BC area. And they engaged in discussions and activities that increased climate literacy, which instilled environmental stewardship in the younger generations, which they probably did not know before. And this workshop curriculum was developed around one of the community's respected elders. The elder used an inspiring quote, which was described as the 2 eyes seeing, which meant learning to see from your one eye with the best of the strengths in the Indigenous knowledge and ways of knowing, and learning to see from your other eye with the best or the strengths in the mainstream Western knowledge and ways of knowing. But most importantly, learning to see with both eyes together for the benefit of all. And I really like this quote because it represented the elders and youth relationship, as Cheyenne was talking about, and how important it is in our communities, which is an Indigenous approach to community-based climate change, navigating towards solutions to positive environmental action. And these workshops provide an overall collected action that sends a message to our youth, and that when individual actions are combined, they can make a larger positive impact. And that's, thank you.
Do you think that Indigenous people, Linesha, do you think that they're more sensitive to other cultures than other cultures are to Indigenous people in your from your research?
Yeah, very, very much so. Very understanding of everyone has their own culture, and there's a lot of respect that goes into it, and all knowledge is sacred to us, especially. So we respect everyone's viewpoints, and bringing together the Western knowledge and Indigenous knowledge is, for my understanding and what I'm learning in school, it's it's the new way of living. It's how we're going to be able to adapt and go like coincide with the Western world, is bringing together both knowledges.
Excellent. I'm going to ask for the video to be played from Caroline Kimani from Kenya, who has a different indigenous experience than to your North American experience. Do we have the video?
Hello everyone, my name is Caroline Kimani from Kenya, a student of the Climate Friendly Travel Diploma with Sanex Malta, and I will be speaking on indigenous solutions in this session. Welcome. So why indigenous solutions? Estimates have the indigenous population somewhere between 310 million and 500 million in over 90 countries around the world. Indigenous populations have proven to be adaptive and sustainable in several ways as they have grown intimate with the ecosystems over the years. And despite its contribution to providing solutions to problems of global scale, indigenous knowledge has suffered invasion from Western knowledge, including scientific developments, technological advancements. And tourism has not been spared from this scenario, where we find power imbalances between indigenous and non-indigenous communities. Indigenous populations have been known to protect key biodiversity areas, which form major ecotourism destinations all over the world. Talk of Mount Kilimanjaro in East Africa, the Kalahari, the Tibetan mountain region in Central Asia, the Amazon tropical rainforests, islands, and the polar regions, all under the stewardship of indigenous communities. And in light of the Sustainable Development Goal Agenda, central promise of to leave no one behind, then inclusion of indigenous communities in the tourism sector should be considered very important. And the tourism sector provides a very viable channel for the preservation of the cultural fabric of indigenous communities while protecting biodiversity, as well as building economic livelihoods. So which are some of these recommended solutions? One is the protection and respect of the intellectual property rights, cultural heritage, and customary laws of indigenous communities. And international instruments have clearly enshrined the inclusion of indigenous communities. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples has clearly spelled out the minimum standards for the respect and dignity of indigenous communities. In tourism, we have the Larrakia Declaration, which outlines the overarching principles for the development of indigenous tourism, and other international agreements like the Paris Agreement and the Convention on Biological Diversity, which also uphold free, prior, and informed consent as far as use and access of resources belonging to indigenous communities is concerned. And two, capacity building to empower indigenous peoples. They should be empowered, especially to understand their rights, and also be involved in tourism experiences, where we find that mostly non-indigenous communities have the bigger say in travel experiences. Training to understand their position and also to include them in decision making is important. Three, proper documentation and dissemination of indigenous knowledge. This will be key in mainstreaming indigenous knowledge in tourism, education, and education in general, as well as educating travelers on the relationship of indigenous communities with their ecosystems. And that includes teaching them to respect culturally sensitive sites, safeguarding resources that are regarded as sacred, etc. For indigenous tourism is a viable post-COVID recovery mechanism, and post-COVID tourism development should include the voices of indigenous communities. And fifth, strengthening partnership dialogues and participation. And this includes recognizing Indigenous communities act as key partners in the tourism industry and giving them a fair say in decision-making in policies and programs. And finally, providing employment opportunities and priority for local goods and services, preferential employment of Indigenous communities, as well as teaching travelers the need to buy local. And as we gear all global efforts towards the Paris 1.5 and the Agenda 2030, inclusion of Indigenous communities, their voices and impacts should not be overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I hope you're standing by. Yeah, welcome. Well, between the three of you, you've sparked a lot of questions. And from Grace Nebabine from Cameroon, she makes the point that as time goes on, there's been an increase in rural exodus by youth who move to cities. And they look at this knowledge of indigenous knowledge as old, arcane, and superstitious. And this results in a loss of indigenous knowledge and wisdom. What can be done, in your view? Do you agree with this view of Grace? And if so, what can be done to keep them involved in the local community? Who'd like to have a first go? Sure. Xian.
Yeah, I did a project when I was with the Indigenous Women and Community Leadership Program, working with urban Indigenous youth. And I went in there thinking that the youth really didn't have a good connection to the environment because they lived in cities, or that they wouldn't be interested. But when I brought in the elders to work with the youth on things like a conversation cafe, where they were able to sit down with the elders and work together and laugh and share stories and work towards the conversation process, I found that it was more directly involved and they were directly engaged, so they were interested. And then in other project examples, we've utilized technology while we were out in the field. So we got everybody to use their smartphones or tablets and to take pictures of the environment and the wetlands. And we did a tour of elders and knowledge holders, scientists, and SEER staff members. And we made groups of 20-some youth with the facilitator, and they got to spend time out on the land and share their experiences, take some photos, and then that was made into a photo book and then as a keepsake for them as well, and to share knowledge. So I think the youth really enjoyed the practice and the experience of something like that.
Personally, I'm very much in favor of this respect for the elders doctrine. I like that. I'm going to ask a second question from Grace. Grace says, can science be blamed for the loss of indigenous values? Linesha, do you have a view on that?
I think it assists in that, but it goes back to a lot of colonization and not being able to respectively pass your culture on to the youth, to your children. That has a lot to do with the loss of indigenous values, but also science being a very dominant knowledge base within our countries. It does have a assist in that.
Yeah. Xian. And then
I learned this lesson very early in my university career when I was learning about plants and the male and female parts of a tree or a plant, or flowers. And I was out on a spring break and I was talking to one of my elders and I'm like, oh, I learned about the science, I learned this in my science program about the male and female parts of the flower. And then I got the lesson of my life, about how you can tell them apart and everything. And this elder only had a 7th grade education. And so that was my hard-hitting lesson about the deep connected knowledge that elders possess with their environment because they've lived there and observed and experienced over generations. And so we need to really value that knowledge as equal, if not even more important than scientific knowledge. And they should be compensated as such when we're building our projects and are wanting to incorporate elders' knowledge into whatever we're doing research. We should pay them the same amount that we are researchers.
Caroline, in Kenya, in Africa generally, there is a great respect for elders. Do you see some parallels with what you've heard today?
Well, yes, in most communities in Africa, we are taught how to respect our elders. And that is a value that is really instilled in us from when we are little. But of course, as Grace is asking, yes, science has a role to play in eroding some of the indigenous knowledge. But I also believe that cultural interactions and Westernization, apart from science, has played a big role, because when sitting in class, we are taught Western history, we are taught Western culture, and so when such is glorified over indigenous knowledge, then the message really is that we should, some of these indigenous communities should pick up cultures and besides theirs, which are deemed as archaic. And so, yes, but I believe that indigenous knowledge has played a big role also in scientific advancements, because a lot of this knowledge is founded on indigenous knowledge, yeah. And little by little, we are finding ourselves going back to indigenous knowledge, yeah. We are seeing nature-based solutions, all borrowing from sustainability practices by indigenous communities. Agroecology is also borrowing from indigenous knowledge. So yeah, that's my
No,
take.
I think you make a very, very good point about this linkage between nature-based solutions and indigenous knowledge. I think it's one of the keys, and it's one of the things I think that gets dismissed and forgotten in the colonial situation, where everything that comes from the colonizers is seen as the right way to do things. And I think we have a lot to answer for in that respect. I think I've got to that stage where I have to move on to the next presentation. I really want to thank all three of you. That was a really another terrific session, and I appreciate your contributions very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're sort of getting deeper into this, and now we have a session on entrepreneurial solutions. And I want to welcome Angela Nagy from Kelowna, who's been, I'm told, a trailblazer for sustainability. Angela is CEO and co-founder of Green Step Solutions, and as such, she leads a team of sustainability professionals helping businesses to improve their performance and reduce their footprint. And it's had a particular focus, your company, Angela, on small and medium enterprises, which we all know is a very critical part of the tourism ecosystem. So the floor is yours. Well, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. I'm honored to be here presenting from Kelowna, British Columbia, on the traditional and unceded territory of the Syilx Okanagan people, and to share with you my experience in discovering and turning my passion into purpose and my journey to entrepreneurship. And just to do a quick check to ensure that the presentation is showing before I go on.
All good, Angela.
All good, great, thank you. So first, let's define passion. And I love this definition that I found from the Urban Dictionary because it really encompasses what I feel. Passion is when you put more energy into something than it is required to do. It is more than just enthusiasm or excitement. Passion is ambition that is materialized into action to put as much heart, mind, body, and soul into something as possible. And I can tell you that for the past 25 years, I have been committing my heart, mind, body, and soul into my passion and purpose, and I can't imagine doing anything else. And I'll share with you, it all started when I was 18 years old, and I was fortunate enough to be hired to work on 2 charity projects. One was to work as the grants coordinator for the Mission Creek Greenway project here in Kelowna, British Columbia. And my job was to research and write funding applications to help build an interpretive linear greenway along Mission Creek, which you can see in the image on the left, to help establish a clear trail and to protect this sensitive ecosystem from overuse. The other project was working to reintroduce the Anatom peregrine falcon into the Okanagan Valley, where I live. And this subspecies had been extirpated due to the use of a pesticide called DDT decades earlier. And here we are banding a young peregrine falcon for release. And through both of these projects, in writing and researching the funding applications, I began to understand how humans were negatively impacting not only ecosystem and wildlife health, but ultimately human health. And I also started learning about climate change and how it was making these problems worse. And I realized that government policies weren't doing what I thought they should be doing to solve these problems. And I began to get frustrated and angry and felt a very strong calling to do something about these challenges. And one evening that summer, I was camping with my dad. I was laying on the grass and looking at the stars and trying to decide how I could make an impact on these issues that I was learning about. And I thought that perhaps I could start working for Greenpeace or another NGO and become a professional activist. But then I thought that perhaps, what if I could use my writing and my communication skills and try to work to influence hearts and minds in a way that would really help to create change from within businesses and from within governments by working with them. And it was at that moment that I had my epiphany moment, and I realized that my purpose in life was to change the world through business, politics, and music, and that's what I've been doing ever since. So what are some of the pathways that you can take to turn your passion for climate action, social justice into meaningful, purpose-filled work? Well, I hope that by sharing some examples from my own journey, working through the private sector, politics, nonprofits, volunteer work, and ultimately leading to entrepreneurship, I can help to inspire and mobilize you to find your passion and purpose too. So with my purpose to guide me, I started in the private sector, and I intentionally sought out jobs where I could build the skills that I would need as an entrepreneur while also making a difference through my work. And in my early 20s, I began working on projects that promoted energy efficiency retrofits for businesses and homes through an environmental marketing firm. And then in this photo, I went on to work for a US-based company doing wastewater engineering studies that helped to prevent water contamination from sewer overflows. And in these experiences, sales and marketing, they've actually proven to be some of the most valuable skills that I've needed on my path to entrepreneurship. And even though they were scary, they're some of the most valuable skills that I've learned. When I was 23, my political journey began, and I called up a political party to volunteer for the provincial election here in British Columbia. And after sharing all of my skills and interests and how I thought I could help, I was told that the party did not have a candidate, and I was asked if I would like to run. And knowing that being in politics was one of my goals, I jumped on the opportunity and I was hooked. And I went on to run in 2 more provincial elections and 2 federal elections in my 20s. And then just before I turned 30, at the age of 28, I was elected to my local city council on a platform of sustainability and climate action. And I became the youngest woman elected to a city council in British Columbia at that time. My journey continued in 2008, where I turned my passion into purpose through volunteer work. And I volunteered to become a climate reality leader with Al Gore's Climate Reality Project. I paid my own way to Montreal for the training, and then went 2 more times to Nashville for additional training, learning from Al Gore, David Suzuki, and IPCC scientists about how to deliver educational presentations about climate change that were based on Al Gore's documentary, An Inconvenient Truth. And that gave me the opportunity to deliver several presentations in my community, to provide leadership, and that led to invitations to speak at climate change rallies, as I'm doing in the photo on the right. I then went on to co-found several not-for-profit organizations focused on sustainability in my community, including the Okanagan Green Society, the Okanagan Environmental Industry Alliance, the Okanagan Car Share Co-op, and most recently, the Okanagan Sustainability Leadership Council. And through all of these organizations, my co-founders and I have been able to make some significant impacts in our community. 2008 continued to be a big year for me, and that was the year that I turned my passion into entrepreneurship, finally building upon all of the experiences I had gone through in my 20s, and I co-founded Green Step with the purpose of saving the world through business. In 2013, we acquired a carbon software company called EcoBase, and since then we've worked with over 3,000 businesses doing energy audits, waste audits, carbon footprint measurement, and sustainability strategy development, helping businesses to measure and reduce their environmental impacts, and then working in the tourism industry, providing sustainability assessments and certifications for tourism businesses and destinations, and of course, supporting the work of the Thompson Okanagan Tourism Association on their sustainability journey. And it's really been a privilege and an honor to watch the leadership that TOTA has provided to the global tourism industry through the work that they've been doing in our region. I haven't yet quite figured out what my musical pathway is in fulfilling my purpose of saving the world through business, politics, and music, but I know that it will come, and I have used my passion for the performing arts to support the causes that I believe in and that I've worked on, singing to raise funds for one of my first political campaigns and singing a song I wrote and accompanied by a youth choir to help raise funds for the Mission Creek Greenway project. But I truly believe that the arts is a very powerful way to influence and inspire hearts and minds, and finding a way of building an entrepreneurial journey using the arts would be fantastic if that is what calls you. So 3 steps to finding your purpose. And this is an exercise. I was really, the day that I discovered my purpose, I was searching. I was thinking about the injustices and the big world problems that were bothering me and that were pulling at my heart and calling me to action. Explore your interests and talents. What are you good at? What do you love to do? How can you serve the world through your gifts and your talents? And solve those injustices that bother you. And what is your personal, big, hairy, audacious goal in life? And to give that a name and to write it out can really help to guide your path. And then pick your paths. You could do all of them as I have done, or you could choose one that feels right to you. The private sector, working through entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship, working in politics as a politician, or working in government from inside the walls. Of course, there are several amazing NGOs that you can work for, or working in the private sector, you can also find organizations that you can volunteer with to serve your community and to serve the global community. And of course, the arts. So I would really encourage you to find your passion and your purpose, to serve the world and to tackle some of the world's biggest problems. We need you, and we are all in this together. Thank you so much. And I am very happy to take any questions and grateful to be here.
Thank you, Angela. Yeah, wow, that's quite a story. And thank you for sharing it with us. I'm going to, before going to questions, I'm going to ask Erica de Cavallo, who is again one of our SunX Malta students. Erica's from Brazil, currently living in Italy, and I hope you're here with us. Oh, well, we have first the video from Erica.
Hi, my name is Erika. I'm from Brazil, and I'm also a climate-friendly travel diploma student. I'm going to talk about entrepreneurship. I would like to invite you to think about your favorite hero. And well, This time, I'm not talking about Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, or Flash. I'm talking about the real ones, those who inspire you, who work in your community, or even those who do something innovative that makes you think, that's cool, I'd like to do that in the future too. Anyway, there are many people around the world with limited resources working hard to build a climate-friendly society, making a lot of effort to provide great services and products that both help communities, people in need, and protect the environment. Entrepreneurship is not a superpower. It has more to do with fighting against economic barriers, people who not always support your ideas, and society's pressure to become a successful individual before your 30s. Entrepreneurship is more about passion, resilience, willingness to work and contribute, and being open-minded for new possibilities, new technologies, new ways to do things, and constant learning. More than having a great idea and the intention to build a climate-friendly society, entrepreneurs must develop business awareness. Studying the market and taking a holistic approach is essential for thriving. You must have also an action plan, including sustainable strategies aiming to develop a climate-friendly business and later on, depending on your interest, apply for a green certification. In this panel, we saw many challenges and great ideas to mitigate climate change and build a fairer society. Sharing knowledge, think and adapt solutions to your reality for your community, maybe even for the global community, that's power that we all have. We may not save the planet for ourselves, by ourselves, or become a successful entrepreneur in the future, but certainly we can act now with the resources we already have. If you are curious about how to start, and then maybe you can check this website from the United Nations, which helps even lazy people to save the world. Supporting local businesses which act sustainably is more than important. Before traveling, you may look for sustainable destinations, which probably will present many options for companies that are working towards sustainable solutions. Or you can also use the internet to find certified businesses and those companies that value and take actions towards a climate-friendly path. Those choices can be good for you and also for our planet. They can improve local development and generate income for entrepreneurs like you already are, maybe, or you can become one day. Most of the sustainable work in the tourism industry is developed by small and medium businesses. Your choices may help them to protect the environment and biodiversity, support local communities, value cultural heritage, and finance the development and maintenance of innovative technologies. At home, if you are or want to become an entrepreneur yourself, you may look for startup bootcamps and that support and connect entrepreneurs to find business solutions to climate change. There are also accelerators that fund and give mentorship to businesses with innovative ideas. So go for it and act. Those ideas may help your community to thrive and achieve the sustainable development goals. So, do you want to be a hero to the next generation? To start, I invite you to become a strong champion and think about joining our climate-friendly travel diploma. Thank you very much for your attention. The floor is now open to questions and answers. As you know, you can share your questions in the chat box. Bye.
That was a great presentation, Erica.
Thank you very much.
It was no surprise to me.
Thank you, Jeffrey. You're really kind.
And now we have a question from Grace. A lot of young people have great passion and most often it dies down due to lack of financial sustainability. How can you turn passion to purpose in that situation? And I'd like both of you to address that. In particular, maybe we'll start with you, Angela, because you seem to have done exactly that with your own life.
Yes, thank you. And I acknowledge that, you know, coming from Canada, I come from a place of privilege here, but I didn't come from a very wealthy family, and I had to start with nothing. And in fact, when I started my business, I called my mom and said, "Mom, I'm moving home because I'm quitting my job to start a company to save the world, and I don't know if I'll be making any money very soon." So I did. I moved home. I lived with my mom, and I kept staying there, and I took on any project I could get to start bringing in some income. And it took a long time, really bootstrapping and starting from scratch. After about 5 years, I was able to borrow some money, and that helped me to grow the business. But it certainly took a long time. It took a long time of not paying myself very much or anything at all. And thankfully, I had the support of my family to do that.
Is there any single characteristic, if you become introspective and look at, and you gave us some portion of that, but what would you say has been the biggest characteristic that you have that has driven you in this direction?
I would call it grit. The ability to keep going despite all odds and all challenges and all the people that said, "That's nice, honey. You should probably go and get a real job," and to stay committed to my purpose, no matter what.
Erica?
For me, I believe that young generation are very passionate, but what we are doing here in the climate-friendly travel diploma is one of the path, I believe. Education. I think you have to be aware about what the problems out there are and how to solve the problems, or how it's your values, if your strength, and also create network. I believe that now we have access, not everyone, unfortunately, but most of people have means to, build network, and we have to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think this class that we have at the moment has been terrific in building networks. In my experience, which, as you know, is considerable, in my experience, I haven't come across a group that have bonded so well around a real common interest in travel and in climate resilience. I think it's terrific. I'd like to say there's some more questions, but I don't see any. Come on, guys, you can do better than this. Angela, talk to us a little bit about your music. What music are you playing? Are you a folk singer? Are you a
Yes. Yep. Folk. I dabbled in opera a couple of years ago. I joined the opera chorus, but what I'm thinking is that perhaps writing music for children or musical theater as a pathway, another way of providing education and inspiration around some of the world's biggest challenges. I haven't quite figured that out, but that's what I'm hoping might be a good avenue to share through the musical channels.
And do you perform in public?
I do. I haven't done too much lately, but I used to quite a bit.
And where do you see your company going over time? I mean, you've done a lot of projects, and is it basically a consultancy company?
Well, we started as consultants, but one of the things I realized as a consultancy that it would be hard to scale and to grow, which has been my plan to save the world. We can't just be a consulting company working within a few communities. So we acquired that carbon software company in 2013. So we now have an online carbon software that we're working on exporting globally. And we also have assessment and certification programs for the tourism industry and want to develop similar programs for other businesses that have, right now they have global scale. We've received funding from the Canadian government to export these programs starting into the US. So my goal and my big dream is really to have a company that is serving small and medium-sized enterprises around the world and building tools for them specifically to help guide them on their sustainability journey.
What does your carbon software company do?
Well, we have developed a software that is based on the International Greenhouse Gas Protocol. So it allows businesses through a DIY approach to go in and enter some basic data about their electricity consumption, fuel consumption, and other what we call scope 3 emissions around waste, commuting, business travel, and then they can calculate their carbon footprint.
Excellent. You should talk to Hans Friedrich, who spoke earlier, because it's one of the areas that he's exploring with the registry that we created, where we're hopefully going to get companies and communities developing carbon reduction and sustainable development plans. And he's looking at ways in which to engage companies like yours to work with the companies who register, particularly the small ones. And I guess you do this at a distance, do you? Your software is something they can pick up on the internet and then do their own calculation.
That's right. And we have a few different models. You can do it all yourself. You can do it supported. We provide training, or we can do it for organizations. So a number of solutions, again, really targeted at those small and medium-sized businesses who may not have the financial resources or knowledge to do it all on their own.
Erica, do you have a vision of what you're going to do after you've graduated so successfully from the Climate Friendly Travel Diploma?
Oh, that's a very good question. Well, I still have to finish my master's degree, but I really want to work with consultancy, do something that maybe, you know, really change people's life in a way. I also, I don't know, thinking about something that I can help other people to, you know, pursue their dreams. I'm already living a dream, you know, I quit my job, a very stable job to follow my dream. So, and I believe that I did the right thing. So I want also one day, I don't know when, maybe it will take a time, but sometime, but you know, inspire other people in a way.
Do you see yourself going back to Brazil, or do you see yourself now settling in Europe?
I don't know. I really want to, you know, stay here in Europe to learn a bit more and to have more experience, especially working experience, because for me, it's very important to have the two points of view, you know, because I'm coming from a country that is a developing country with lots of problems. I'm not saying here there's no problem, but I think it's important to have a holistic perspective about everything. So this experience has been amazing for me, and I want to work a little bit more here if I have the opportunity to do that.
I don't see any questions in the question box. Oh, wait a minute, there's lots of questions. I had it covered. Grace is very busy today. What do you think about securing funds to empower most youths from developing countries who have great passion, most especially for a green and clean economy?
I wonder if there are any micro-lending programs or micro-lenders who currently or would be interested in developing micro-lending that is targeted at youth entrepreneurs and specifically in the clean and green sector. In Canada, I take advantage of those kinds of programs directed at the clean tech sector very regularly, programs that allow me to hire young people as interns within the company, and also to do a lot of the research and development work that we're doing. So I'm not aware of any micro lenders that do that, but I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jocelyn Favre-Bula thanks you both for great presentations and says you talk of your passion to save the world and the importance of this passion in order to succeed. And her question is, how do you spark that passion in others? And more importantly, how do you keep it alive?
Yeah, I think, and maybe Erica, if you have any thoughts, but I think the arts for sure are an important avenue, connecting people with people's hearts and minds. The speaking venues, I get so much energy from speaking to an audience. This is wonderful. It's even more wonderful when it's live and you can really feel and see the changes in people and feel that energy coming off of an audience when you are inspiring them. So finding opportunities to share, and even if it's not speaking, maybe it's through a blog, maybe it's through social media, maybe it's through the arts. I think finding ways to connect with people at that deep values level is a way to spark the passion, and then to just keep it going, to keep it alive.
In my presentation, I talked about heroes, try to find a hero. And we had this question from one of the speakers in our one of our lectures. And it was like, who is your hero? And that's not very easy question. And you normally don't have an easy answer for that. So we all were thinking about it, and I think trying to find someone who inspires you in the local community, someone that is close to your reality, because it's when you have like someone like Greta Thunberg, for example, and you see she's like so far from your reality. Sometimes it's good to follow, but maybe if you find someone who is close to you, who knows your reality, it motivates you more. And when you are someone who is an entrepreneur already, and you know how hard it was to get there, it's also good to share your experience and show that how you start to do that, like you, Angela, just did. How did you start that, and make it clear that it's possible in your reality? So it's why local leaders are very important in this way, because they can, they understand what are the difficulties and challenges that people can face, but also that it can be possible to achieve their goals.
Erica, you spend a lot of time in class smiling. Do you think this whole sort of mindset of being positive and enjoying what you're doing is central to the sort of passion about your work-life activity?
Someone once said that I'm too positive sometimes, and I drink too much.
You drink too much.
Yeah. That's true, but I think when you thinking positively, it's important, but also to try to see the reality. And for that, you need to know yourself, to know your values, you know, more than just know the potential of the, you know, the destination, for example, if we're talking about tourism, but what do you believe it's better for that place, for that community? So those are questions that are very important to ask yourself. And be positive. I think it's good because then you can, you know, even when you have challenges, you put a big smile and then you can think about that and then move on.
Angela, are you a cheerful person at heart?
Yes, I am definitely a perpetual optimist. Yeah, I think that's really important. Mindset, that would be another key trait, I think, on the entrepreneurial journey, is staying positive and being your own biggest cheerleader, because sometimes you're your only cheerleader on your path, and treating yourself with kindness and grace, and being easy on yourself even when it gets hard, and especially when it gets hard.
Social media is a big element when it comes to being your biggest cheerleader. I'm amazed at the number of people who post sort of cheerleading posts about themselves whilst purporting to be cheering somebody else on. It's so easy. I mean, people just sit and put things out very quickly. There's a question from Isaac here. I'm not sure I like this question. It says, besides economic challenge in entrepreneurship, do you think age could be a limitation?
I don't think so. I mean, there are entrepreneurs who are millionaires before they're 20, and those that, you know, they're a 40-year overnight success story. So I think there are so many factors that can come into play that really determine how long it takes to achieve the success that you want to achieve. And for some people, that might just be employing themselves and making a difference within a smaller sphere. And for some people, that might be going global. And I don't think that age really matters. I think there are many other factors, though, that can help to influence the timing of that success.
Be careful what you say.
I agree with Angela. Because there are so many people who live, you know, had so much experience when they are just young, when they are children, when they, you know, when they can, those people who observe what is around, and they can develop, you know, this feeling that they want to do something, and I don't think there's any age for that.
Very good answer, Erica. No, it's true. You know, I should by now be enjoying my life being retired, and I get so much pleasure from the classes that we have with these smart, bright young people that I could go on doing that. I probably will do till I croak. So yeah, I don't think age is a barrier, Isaac. I think we've run out of questions. I really want to thank you both for your participation, and keep up the cheerfulness.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us, Angela.
My pleasure.
Okay, we go to our last session of the day, and this is something a little bit different. It's got 2 or 3 major strands running through it, and we're going to be talking about a new award that we're presenting for young people in travel and tourism, climate-friendly travel and tourism. we're going to be talking about a really global initiative that we launched a couple of weeks ago, which was to create an NFT, a non-fungible token, with the first one in the world of sustainable development, we think. And we're going to be hearing from Carlos Moreira, whose idea this was, and also Hannah Strong, Maurice Strong's widow, is going to be with us. But to kick off, I would like us to listen to a video from my friend and colleague, Leslie Vella, who is the chair of SunX Malta. Leslie is a Renaissance man with an incredible range of interests as a brilliant photographer, a raconteur, a gardener, a cook, and also the man who wrote Malta's recently produced strategy for travel and tourism through to 2030. And Leslie was instrumental in us going to Malta and has been a friend and a cheerleader, a friend and a cheerleader for the work that we're doing. So if we could play the video from Leslie, that would be great.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leslie Vella, and I am the Deputy CEO and Chief Officer responsible for strategic development at the Malta Tourism Authority in Malta, whilst also being the chairman of SunX Malta, the organization that we have set up with our respected friend Jeffrey Lipman in order to push the concept of climate-friendly travel as a global initiative and a global challenge in response to the grave threats posed by climate change to countries worldwide. You may be asking, why has Malta taken such a step and such an initiative in hosting SunX and working so closely with Jeffrey Lipman in this initiative? And the reason behind this is that Malta, in spite of being a very small state within the stage of global affairs, has historically, since independence, always taken active roles in events and initiatives of a global dimension. I would like to mention the fact that Malta, way back in the 1960s, spearheaded the process which eventually led to the international law of the sea, which recognized the sea as the common heritage of mankind, and in 1987 was the first country to place climate change on the agenda of the UN General Assembly, asking the UN and convincing the UN to look at climate change as an event of global significance, which needs to be followed, monitored and studied, so that we recognize as a species and as a planet its importance and its threat to the planet. So basically, besides these interests, we are also a vulnerable small island state with an exposed coastline, a huge dependence on tourism, most of which is coastal in nature. Most of our settlements are also on the coast, so sea level rise and extreme weather events as a result of climate change also pose threats to our continued well-being as a society and as an economy. We have recently been working on our tourism strategy to 2030, and I am pleased to say that this strategy integrates climate-friendly travel as a very important pillar of our strategic direction. We recognize the fact that climate change is something very imminent, and we need to integrate climate-friendly travel strategies into our strategic direction in recognition of the threats which are posed. We have also taken other actions in this regard as a country and as a destination. through our support of SunX and working closely with Jeffrey and his associates. And two things I would like to make particular reference to is our action that we have taken in the form of the Climate Friendly Travel Registry, in which companies and territories and organizations submit their climate friendly travel objectives and ambitions. And also we hold annual think tanks, bringing together experts to come up with the latest knowledge and latest information on progress in the climate friendly travel spectrum, whilst also looking at future generations by providing education opportunities through the unique and first climate friendly travel diploma, which we at SunX Malta are holding jointly with the Institute for Tourism Studies in Malta. I augure you the best of luck for this conference, the first of many, and I hope that you keep working with us in terms of this noble ideal with a view to making climate-friendly travel cross the border from something that we wish to achieve into something which becomes reality and part of normal travel. Thank you very much.
We're now going to hear from two people I mentioned. Carlos Moreira is the founder, chairman, and CEO of a company called WiseKey. It's a cybersecurity company. It's a NASDAQ listed company. And Carlos is also an author. He's written a book called The Transhuman Code about keeping human decision-making at the heart of the AI revolution to avoid situations like you had in the film The Odyssey 2001, where the guy told the computer to do something and the computer simply said, I can't do that. And the second person we're going to hear from is from Maurice Strong's widow, Hannah Strong, who's a social scientist in her own right. She's the president of the Manitou Foundation in Colorado, which is focusing on the rights of indigenous people and on spiritual ecumenicalism. Hannah told me that she was married to Maurice for 45 years and they lived in 46 different houses during that period. And she was with him through all of the great events like Stockholm in '72 and Rio in '92. And between Carlos and Hannah, they will talk about the NFT that we did, what it is, and why it's so important. So if we could play that video, that would be excellent.
Well, NFT has emerged in the last weeks as a phenomenon. There has been major NFT on art, NFT on watches, NFT on real estate, NFT on intellectual property. So the NFT world is emerging ahead of us as a new way of basically creating a metaverse, what we call a digital space. In 10 years' time, 20 years' time, your ownership of the virtual world will be as important as the ownership of the physical world. As the new generation, especially millennials, they are not as attracted as maybe the non-millennials are to own physical objects. A physical object pollutes. You need to build the object. You need to use minerals, materials, gold, diamonds, and leather, and things that they are taking resources from Earth. So the concept of owning a digital object is actually is a climate-friendly activity. It is an activity that does not pollute because you just own something that is on the internet, and in the future will become a trend. We have been seeing trends in fashion. For instance, people are now willing to buy a digital fashion NFT. rather of owning a physical product. So this idea of owning something which is digital and it's not physical is a breakthrough. And this is only possible due to the blockchain. When I record something in the blockchain, that becomes eternal. So if I record, which we're going to happen today, we're going to mint this watch, which has an amazing history, a history that is going to be described in this webinar. When we will be minting the watch on a NFT, which is going to be recorded in an NFT trading place, this version of the watch will be eternally on that blockchain. So even if we lose this watch in the future, even if somebody destroys the watch for whatever reasons, the history of the watch, the motion of the watch, everything that that watch represents will live eternally on the blockchain. And that's the main interest of this technology. You in less than 30 minutes, you will be able to start auctioning on this amazing watch.
50 years ago, my husband brought leaders together in Stockholm. And at that time, there was no environmental protection agencies anywhere in the world. So this was a first. And he warned the world at that time, not only about climate change, but collapsing of ecosystems and what we had done to the air, to the waters. I mean, this is the time when rivers were in flames and, in Tokyo, you couldn't see 2 feet ahead of yourself from the smog. So the world was in really bad shape at that time. And, he called for, radical changes and urgent action. And he predicted the future economic, social, environmental, and climatic impacts of overconsumption. And he went to say that these human impacts would create a swift domino effect, leading to the demise of life as we know it. Because he definitely put the environmental movement on the map. And after Stockholm, every country had developed a agency to look after the environment. So there's a lot of history here. And so I want to talk a little bit about this watch. Governments did not want to give Maurice much money. So they gave as little as possible to carry off Stockholm, to carry off the Rio Earth Summit. But he knew how to raise money on the side. And his idea to go to Swatch, Mr. Hayek and his wife, and we spent a lot of time with them, and he designed this watch himself. And they agreed to produce it. So we're in Switzerland at the time when the first watch came off the line, and Mrs. Hayek went over, took off the first watch off the line and handed it to me, which of course wasn't what she was meant to do, but anyway, she did it. So I have the first watch off the line, and this watch, when they sold it, raised an enormous amount of money. And Maurice was able to bring large numbers of NGOs. I mean, Rio had about 60,000 people attending, 10,000 press alone. And when the NGOs came in, I would say about 12,000. And then the indigenous people came in and, all the other groups. So this watch was very, very important to bring the civil society into Rio. So I want to thank everybody again. And Carlos, thank you so much for doing this. And let's hope we can raise a lot of money for young people to restore the earth.
So we're going to go now to the process. This is a technology process, so this is happening as we speak. It has not been recorded or regenerated. So here we have, we are on the blockchain now. So this is the image of the watch. That image is going to be mint into a ledger. So it's going to go into the blockchain. And one of the characteristics of the blockchain is that it is immutable, cannot be modified, cannot be changed, cannot be deleted. It is truly a piece for eternity. It will be there as long as the world exists because it is going to be minted into the blockchain. And you have now this button which says sell. So now we're going to go and activate the sales of the watch. So this is going to be an auction. We are going to be deciding. You can set a price or you can do a highest bid, which is what we're going to do. That means that the person will make a highest bid will be owner of the NFT of the watch. Later, as the event will progress, if we reach a threshold of an amount which corresponds to the emotional value of that watch, and that will be discretional to Madame Strong to sell or not the original watch. But for the moment, what we are doing here is putting in auction the digital twin, the NFT of the watches. And then here we're going to say we want to a reserve price, means it is the price from where Madame Strong will take the decision whether she just sell the digital twin, the NFT, or the watch. It is important to say, and we're going to say here 20 as the reserve price. It is important to know that this money is actually not going to anybody in particular. This money will go to causes identified by Madame Strong and the team on this webinar. The expiration date, we're going to put it a specific date, and my understanding, Jeffrey, was that you want to do that coinciding with another big event on sustainability?
Yeah, it's the 5th of June, which is World Environment Day. We think that to start the auction on Earth Day and to finish it on World Environment Day would be meaningful and would give a reasonable time to get the message out to potential bidders that this incredible memorabilia is actually there for people to bid on.
Perfect. So that's been already coded. The expiration date is being coded. And during that period, all the content that has been generated on the webinar will be accessible as well to the bidder. So now we're going to create, we're going to post the listing. So now we are activating, as we speak now, we are minting, it's like minting a note, we are minting the NFT of the watch on the blockchain. So that takes a process. Now we're going to digitally sign, and this is where WiseKey technology becomes important, because we're going to make the relation between the original watch and the virtual NFT. It's like the body and the soul. We're going to establish a relation between both of them. And here we are now with a starting price of $5,000. So this is the beginning.
So we wanted to show you that particular video because we're in the middle of this period now between the 22nd of April, just a week ago, when we created this digital watch. And I'm sure many of you have heard about this emerging world of NFTs. And as Carlos said, the funds are not going to go to his company or to my retirement fund. The funds are going to be used to help to create the strong climate champions that Ollie Wheatcroft talked about earlier today, to create young people in the Earth Resources Corps, which Hannah Strong talked about. And now for our next speaker, which is Miriam Villela, She also has an initiative for young people. Miriam is the executive director of the Earth Charter Institute, which was created by Maurice Strong and Mikhail Gorbachev, the former president of the USSR, now Russia. And they both wanted to create a movement of people committed to sustainable development. Gorbachev's was called the Green Cross. And they built this organization, the Earth Charter, located in Costa Rica, linked with UNESCO, which is the UN educational agency. And if we can play the video, we can hear what Miriam has to tell us about what she's doing.
Warm greetings from the Earth Charter International Secretariat and our Education Center that is located here on the campus of the University for Peace in Costa Rica. I'm very happy to join this event today, the Strong Earth Youth Summit. And I want to express my appreciation for the organizers of this event and for all of those who are involved and who are participating in it in a way or another. I trust the Strong Earth Charter Awards will spark imagination and creativity of many, as well as significant future collaboration. Mr. Strong was someone who really understood the importance to work collaboratively across generations, across cultures and areas of knowledge, and who clearly visualized that collaboration requires the capacity to respect and care for others, and also the ability to communicate well. As I mentioned in the chapter I wrote about him in the book In His Memory, Remembering Maurice Strong, he had that kind of exceptional leadership that was able to engage people from around the world, to join efforts and collaborate for a global social betterment. He had the art of articulating shared vision and global collaboration. I would say a real model of a 21st century leader. I can say this because I had the opportunity to follow his footsteps from very close in different stages or agendas. First, in the organization of the 92 Earth Summit, then in his efforts to organize what he called the unfinished business of the Earth Summit with the Earth Charter Initiative and the space to empower and articulate the work of various actors of society, civil society, youth, business, through the Earth Council. And then finally in his efforts to revitalize the University for Peace, which was established by the United Nations over 40 years ago. As for the work to move forward with the idea of the Earth Charter, the vision was to craft in one document the values and principles that could guide humanity towards a more just, sustainable, and peaceful world. Therefore, in 1994, Mr. Strong joined efforts with Mikhail Gorbachev, and together they launched a process to ensure that the Earth Charter would be drafted through a broad participatory consultation process that would bring together the voices of diverse cultures from all regions or all main regions of the world. And so that's what happened. The Earth Charter was then launched in the year 2000, is actually the result of a worldwide multicultural, multisectoral dialogue and consultation process to identify common shared values that could guide humanity towards a more just, sustainable, and peaceful world. However, he and many others involved in this did not want that process to stop there, just as a document, but they envisioned the Earth Charter being used as an ethical reference for decision-making, being used as an ethical compass, and above all, as an educational instrument. Therefore, for the past 20 years, we have been working to implement that vision, especially in engaging, empowering, and educating young people from all around the world to be ethical leaders, committed to sustainability and committed to making this world a better place. Through our Education Center, the Earth Charter Center for Education for Sustainable Development, and our UNESCO chair that we coordinate here, we implement a Young Leaders Program through a 10-week Leadership, Sustainability and Ethics course. that is engaging young people that are between 18 and 30 years old from around the world. And with this effort, we seek to expand young people's vision and consciousness regarding our interconnectedness and our interdependence with the large living world, our interdependence with the community of life, and also regarding how we ought to relate to one another in the large living world. I trust this effort of launching the Strong Earth Charter Award. It will spark, hopefully, the imagination and interest of many to use the Earth Charter in many different ways and to work together in this effort of turning our conscience on the fact that we are one Earth community with one common destiny into action. Thank you very much.
So everybody who attends this conference here in BC today, tomorrow in the Mekong region, and then at the end of the day in Malta, 3 regional sessions, will receive an electronic copy of the Earth Charter. And I was involved when they were putting it together. I attended a couple of meetings in Costa Rica, but I hadn't really focused on how good a document it is for today's world. And for those of you who receive it, I urge you, read it, take your time, think about it, and learn, because it was put together. Every word was negotiated between a group of people who were thought leaders at the time, and it's a very important document. And we're going to talk now about another important document. Professor Arthur Dahl is going to talk to us on behalf of the European Centre for Peace and Development, which has produced a book called Remembering Maurice Strong. And that book in digital form will also be given to everybody who is attending this summit. So if we could play the video from Arthur Dahl, that would be excellent.
It is a pleasure to share a few words with you at this first annual Strong Earth Youth Summit. It is so important for your generation to learn about and remember Maurice Strong, one of the most remarkable figures of the last century for his impact on our care for the earth and learning to live sustainably. The Strong Earth Youth Summit is named in his memory. I am speaking on behalf of the European Centre for Peace and Development, one of the University for Peace institutions established by the United Nations. Peace and development were two of the principal concerns of Maurice Strong, to which he devoted his life. In particular, the president of the ECPD Council, Federico Mayor, who, as former Director General of UNESCO, worked closely with Maurice Strong, was a member of the Earth Charter International Commission, set up by Maurice after the Rio Earth Summit of 1992, to complete the Earth Charter, a declaration of the principles of our responsibility for the Earth, our home, which Maurice had not been able to obtain from governments at Rio. You all should study the Earth Charter, as it provides a valuable guide for the values and ethical principles that can help you throughout your life. My own life has also been devoted to the environment and sustainability, inspired in part by the example that Maurice set. I first saw Maurice Strong in action when I represented the Baha'i international community at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment in Stockholm, Sweden, in 1972, which Maurice organized and was its Secretary General. It launched the International Environment Movement and created the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. 2 years later, when I became the Regional Ecological Advisor at the South Pacific Commission, I visited UNEP headquarters in Nairobi to establish communications between our two intergovernmental organizations. But Maurice, the first executive director of UNEP, was away at the time. So he came to see me in New Caledonia in December 1974. And we spent 3 days together planning how UNEP could help support environmental activities in the Pacific Islands. This led to my launching of the South Pacific Regional Environment Program in 1982 as one of UNEP's regional SEYS programs. Later, when I was Deputy Director of Oceans and Coastal Areas at UNEP, Maurice asked for my secondment to a secretariat for the 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development to help draft Agenda 21, the action plan from the Rio Earth Summit, and in particular, its chapter on oceans, coasts, and small islands. I last saw Maurice at the Rio +20 conference in 2012, where, as perhaps the oldest person present, he made one of the most creative comments about employment and everyone benefiting from the world economy regardless of whether they could find a job. ECPD has published a wonderful book, Remembering Maurice Strong, full of recollections from many of those who worked with him, including your summit organizer, Jeffrey Lipman. And we are providing all of you with electronic copies so that you too can be inspired by Maurice's example and perhaps follow in his footsteps to make the world a more just and sustainable place for everyone.
And that brings us to our last speaker of the day. And this is Jocelyn Fabre-Bula, who is the Director of Operations at Les Roches Hospitality Institute in Switzerland. And Jocelyn's going to talk about the Strong Awards, which we are launching here during this summit. And I'll let Jocelyn tell you about them herself, if you play the video, please.
Hello everybody and welcome to Les Roches in Crans-Montana, Switzerland. Over the last couple of years, we've worked closely with SUNEX Malta on different projects, including our environmental festival Shifting. And we are delighted to extend our collaboration by supporting the Strong Earth Youth Summit. At Les Roches, our mission is to nurture future leaders who will disrupt tomorrow's hospitality industry through innovation and sustainable solutions. We encourage not only our students, but our entire community to think outside the box and to be fearless when it comes to making change for good. Shifting is a festival for all ages, where sustainability meets innovation, where brainstorming and conversations spark the imagination, and where the experts tell it how it is. Earlier today, you were tasked with writing position papers related to the different elements of the Earth Charter. It is my pleasure to announce that together with SUNEX, Les Roches will be sponsoring 10 awards for the winning papers, and that Professor Jeffrey Lipman and myself will be announcing these winners during the festival later this year. So good luck, and can't wait to see you at Shifting 2021.
So that's our final announcement. We are launching here the Strong Earth Charter Awards. There'll be 10 awards of €500 for the winners. We'll launch it in the form of I won't call it an essay competition, a position paper competition on elements of the Earth Charter. And over the course of the next couple of months, we'll get this message out to young people around the world. We'll judge the papers during the course of the fall. And at the festival in November, we'll announce the 10 winners who will receive 500 euros as a prize each, and a signed copy, a hard copy of the book Remembering Maurice Strong. So with that, I would like to draw this session of the Strong Earth Youth Summit, SEYS, to a close. I'd like to thank everybody who participated. I'd particularly like to thank our friends and partners in TOTA, Ellen, Katie, Cavan, and the other people who have been working behind them, Lucy. We really have enjoyed doing this with you. Tomorrow we'll move on and we'll have a session in Bangkok for the Asia Pacific region. And it will be essentially the same with some different speakers from the region. And we'll close the day with a session in Malta for Europe, Middle East, Africa. And in that way, we will have moved this event virtually around the world. So thank you again for participating. This will be an annual event, and we look forward to working with you during the interim period and to seeing you again in 12 months' time. Thank you very much.